Chapter 526. How about this? The Law Enforcement Hall will interrogate Ling Xiao, while Heavenly Sovereign Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Sovereign Wu Go, Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, and Wang Han Tianzuan monitor the entire process. How about it? Chang Yuing thought of a plan that satisfied both sides. Fine. I'll listen to the sect master's instructions. Although Elder Jean wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to come out and kill him with one palm, he knew that it was impossible. Ling Xiao was the disciple chosen by the Moon Maiden after all. No matter what, even if it was just for show, there had to be a fair trial. So what if there was someone monitoring the entire process? The Law Enforcement Hall was his territory. If he said that Ling Xiao was guilty, then he was guilty. Who could fight against him? Whoosh! The higher-ups were discussing how to interrogate Ling Xiao, when suddenly a white light shot out from the Moonlight Pagoda. Another person was eliminated. There were only 11 of them left. What had happened? Could it be Ling Xiao again? Shin Tianlin. Elder Jean let out another ghastly cry, because Shin Tianlin had just joined the Flame Deity's sect. He could be considered his grand disciple. In this pagoda ascension ceremony, there were only 2 people directly related to him. One was Ming Tian, and the other was Shin Tianlin. Both of them were eliminated. Ming Tian's strength was not strong. His elimination could be considered an accident, but Shin Tianlin was one of the top 10 core disciples. Could it be that Ling Xiao's strength had already reached such a level? Shin Tianlin, what's going on? How did you get eliminated? Elder Jean asked while suppressing his anger. That's right, Shin Tianlin. If you have any problems, just say it. I can help you. Chang Yuing also expressed her stance. Ordinary inner-sect disciples would not be a big deal, but core disciples were the true future of the Yuehua school. If it was really Ling Xiao who did it, then she really couldn't cover up for Ling Xiao anymore. Even the Moon Maiden wouldn't be so protective of her own people. Ling Xiao! It was Ling Xiao! In order to take all the treasures for himself, not only did he kill Ming Tian and many other junior brothers, he even joined forces with Lung Hao and Dai Yuling to attack me. In the end, I was outnumbered and killed by them. Shen Tianlin's body trembled as he gritted his teeth and said, Empyrean Heavenly Eye's vertical eye flickered, but he did not speak. Actually, what happened during the process, Empyrean Heavenly Eye was clear in his heart. It was just that now was not like before. The problem was a little serious. He didn't want to get himself into trouble because of a Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't want to say anything more. It really was Ling Xiao. What was this guy trying to do? There were a total of 50 people, and he actually eliminated 10 of his brothers. What was he trying to do? This time, even Empyrean Stainless, Wang Han Tianzuan, and Empyrean Gold Light didn't know what to say. Although they really wanted to help Ling Xiao, this matter was really strange. Only Yang Danlin firmly believed that Ling Xiao was definitely not secretly killing innocent people. There must be some misunderstanding. However, although he was the medicine hall master, his words carried little weight. If others gave him face, he would have face. If others didn't give him face, he really didn't care. Humph, now the facts are very clear. This Ling Xiao wants to ruin this pagoda ascension ceremony. If I'm not wrong, there will definitely be more people eliminated, and it's very likely that they will be eliminated by Ling Xiao. Sect Master Chang Yueli coldly snorted and said, There are only 11 people left. Besides Ling Xiao, they are all the hopes of Yuehua School. We can't let Ling Xiao mess around anymore. A genius disciple and a core disciple were eliminated by him. This is a huge loss for Yuehua School. Originally, she didn't want to say anything because nothing had happened to Bai Feifei. However, the more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Bai Feifei originally hated Ling Xiao. What if she was plotted against by this cunning kid? Therefore, she had to make this matter clear and see if there was any way to remedy it. This Ling Xiao is really unforgivable, Elder Jean said fiercely. But this matter is very strange. Ling Xiao is obviously not very outstanding among the 50 people. His aptitude and cultivation are not top-notch. At most, he is at the middle level. Why can he always find treasures and get them? Elder Mu murmured as he stroked his beard. Yes, there must be something strange. Ling Xiao can't be a match for Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin. He can win. There must be someone helping him. Elder Jean said loudly, "Don't talk nonsense." Chang Yueying hurriedly dissuaded him. Of course, she knew what these people were suspecting. They suspected that the Moon Maiden was secretly helping Ling Xiao. After all, the Moon Maiden had shown too much protection for Ling Xiao. If not for the Moon Maiden, how could Ling Xiao be so successful? In fact, Chang Yueying also had the same thought. You suspect that I am helping Ling Xiao. Their thoughts naturally couldn't escape the Moon Maiden's eyes. Your Highness Moon Maiden, did you not? Although Elder Jean was afraid of the Moon Lady, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. He had no choice but to say it. Of course not. The Moon Maiden said coldly, If you didn't, then how can Ling Xiao be so powerful? Elder Jean asked, That is his own opportunity. What does it have to do with me? You suspect his strength? Then, after the pagoda ascension ceremony, you can test him. If he can't defeat Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin, then I will never step out of the Moonlight Pagoda. The Moon Maiden suddenly sneered. If the truth is the opposite, then suspect me. You should all be well aware of the consequences of framing this consort. After saying that, the Moon Maiden disappeared without waiting for Elder Jin's objection. The Moon Maiden really wanted to help Ling Xiao, but once they entered the Moonlight Pagoda, she couldn't do anything. Therefore, she was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's performance. Elder Jean looked at Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin with a solemn expression. There were still a few days before the pagoda ascension ceremony ended. He decided to use these few days to raise Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin's strength to a higher level. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defy the heavens. Senior Brother Ling, you eliminated Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin. Elder Jean will probably be furious. You have to be careful when you go out. Lung Hao reminded him as he looked at Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin's corpses on the ground. He had also changed his way of addressing Ling Xiao as senior brother. This was because he felt that Ling Xiao was worthy of being his senior brother. Don't worry. In the sect, strength is everything. They protected Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin because they think that they have a better future than me. If I get first place in the pagoda ascension ceremony and display my strength, they won't dare to do anything to me. There were some things that Ling Xiao didn't say out loud. All this time, he didn't have the habit of leaving his fate in the hands of others. If someone really wanted to deal with him, then he could only retaliate mercilessly. Even if he had to become the enemy of the entire Yuehua school, he wouldn't hesitate. He wasn't that kind of pedantic person. Chapter 5:27. Of course, there were other reasons why Ling Xiao didn't have much affection for the Yuehua school. For example, many of his martial techniques and abilities hadn't been imparted to him willingly by the Yuehua school. Some of them had been stolen by him, while others had been imparted to him by Yang Danlin and Yuan Venerates. Speaking of which, the Yuehua school hadn't publicly imparted any gold-grade martial techniques to someone like him. This was really a pity. Although he was grateful to this sect, he didn't have much affection for it. If everyone got along peacefully, he could even help the Yuehua school. However, if this sect really let him down, then he would rebel and leave the sect. However, it was still too early to talk about this. After all, there were still people in the Yuehua school who supported him. Things wouldn't develop to that extent. That's true. Unfortunately, no one will really die in the Moonlight Pagoda. Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin are really despicable. They actually dared to sneak up on you, junior brother. How despicable. Otherwise, killing them wouldn't have been a big deal. Lung Hao nodded. Suddenly, he saw the boulder monster's huge figure flying over again. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Ling Xiao told Dai Yuling and Lung Hao. He ignored the reactions of Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and the others and rushed forward. Now, there were only 11 people left. Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Shangguan Lei, Wang Nan Lu Lai, and Situ Jun Wang. Nan was a third-level transcendent realm martialist, similar to Dai Yuling. However, he was more cowardly, so he hadn't made a move against Ling Xiao and saved his life. Lu Lai and Situ Jun were fourth-level transcendent realm martialists, similar to Lung Hao. The two of them had always followed Tantai Lingzi around. With such a cunning master, nothing had happened to them. The remaining people were all acquaintances, so there was no need to introduce them. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the second stage. The stone monster also stopped its pursuit. It was obvious that the stone monster was only targeting the first stage martialists and wouldn't interfere with the second stage. Standing at the entrance and looking at the huge seal inscription, Ling Xiao knew that the first stage's results were still being tabulated, so the second stage hadn't started yet. However, there was no longer any danger now, so he could recover. Lung Hao returned the gourd of pills to Ling Xiao. He and Dai Yuling had more or less recovered. Ling Xiao had secretly given Shangguan Lei 2 medicinal pills along the way. The rest of the people had nothing to do with him, so he would not waste them. Under such circumstances, the 11 of them were clearly divided into 2 factions, and Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, Qin Wu, Wu Yang, Lu Lai, Situ Jun, Wang Nan, and the undercover Shangguan Lei. Seeing the gourd in Ling Zhao's hand, Bai Feifei felt very indignant. Are you still a disciple of the Yuehua school? Since you got the pill, why didn't you share it with everyone? If more people completed the pagoda ascension ceremony, the Yuehua school would be stronger. She seemed to have forgotten that Ling Xiao had something on her. Noisy, would you be willing to do it if it were you? Ling Xiao retorted, moreover, this is a trial, not a charity game. Why should I care about people who have nothing to do with me? All right, senior sister Bai. Let's focus on recovering. The second stage is about to start. There's no need to worry about these things. Tantai Lingzi persuaded with a smile. This woman was indeed smart. She knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't take out the pill, so she naturally wouldn't waste her energy arguing with Ling Xiao. Humph! Bai Feifei snorted coldly and also sat down cross-legged. About a quarter of an hour later, the cold voice sounded again. Congratulations to all of you for completing the first stage. Regardless of your performance, all of you will receive 100 Moonlight points as a reference for the final tally. Moonlight points were points that would only be awarded during the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. 1 Moonlight point was equivalent to 100 sect points. In other words, even if they didn't get the final reward, 100 Moonlight points could be exchanged for 10,000 sect points. It was a good reward. Then, the inscription seal shattered, and the passage to the second stage opened. The second stage has begun. Unlike the first stage, the second stage is full of dangers. You are about to enter a monster's lair. Although the level of the monsters has decreased, the number of monsters has increased greatly. If you walk out alive, you will pass the stage. From now on, if you don't leave the first stage within 3 minutes, you will be disqualified. Hearing the last sentence, everyone's expression changed. They had wanted to rest for a while, but it seemed impossible now. It was impossible to go back on the path they had taken. What was missed, and it was too late to regret it. Yuling, Lung Hao, follow me. Ling Xiao activated his mountains and rivers' martial soul, and the terrain and details of the entire monster's lair were immediately memorized. He couldn't help but marvel. This monster's lair was not as simple as a lair. It was also a real maze. There were a total of 10 powerful monsters inside, and 5 of them were evil beasts that couldn't be provoked. They were equivalent to Heaven Realm masters. As long as one entered, it was basically a death sentence. However, these 5 evil beasts were all guardians of very powerful treasures. They were probably prepared for Heaven Realm masters. The other 5 were still manageable, but only one of them was guarding the treasure. Even if the other 4 were killed, it would not make much sense. In the monster's lair, it was dark and damp. There was water on the ground, and from time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard. It was a little creepy. Those who participated in the pagoda ascension ceremony were all transcendent realm martial artists. Otherwise, this huge mental pressure was enough to make people collapse mentally. As fellow disciples, I need to remind you that this monster's lair is much more dangerous than the first level. There are many monsters that we can't afford to provoke. Don't blame me for not warning you. Although they were competitors, if the other party didn't take action against them, they were still fellow disciples. There was no harm in casually reminding them. Dai Yuling and Lung Hao followed Ling Xiao closely, not leaving him within 1 meter. Shangguan Lei also quietly followed. Although he was still playing the role of the flame deity's people, it did not prevent him from following Ling Xiao. The rest of the people also followed behind. In fact, they had the same idea as Shangguan Lei. They all felt that there should be no harm in following Ling Xiao. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. 10 forks appeared in front of him. Senior Sister Bai, how should we choose? Ling Xiao turned back and asked with a smile. He naturally did not have a phobia of choice. For him, this so-called monster's lair, even if it was a complicated maze, did not have much significance. With the analysis ability of the mountain and river martial spirit, the moment he entered here, there were no secrets in this place. Everything was clearly marked on the mountain and river martial spirit diagram. Chapter 5:28, on the mountain and river diagram. It included where the treasures were, where the dangers were, and where the monsters were. It was all very clear. Even the number of monsters that would block the way were shown as red dots. Back then, he had relied on this ability to kill so many martial artists who were chasing him in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. And now, this powerful ability played its role again. However, he did not want to work for others, so he wanted to let Bai Feifei choose the path first. And then he would go. If they chose the same path, he would follow. If they were different, it would be better. Lung Hao was closer to Ling Xiao, so he could see the strange inscriptions flickering in Ling Xiao's eyes, as if he was analyzing something. He was amazed. No wonder his master told him to befriend Ling Xiao as much as possible. This guy was too strong and too mysterious. Following him was indeed the right choice. Bai Feifei's expression was ugly. Even if her cultivation was high, she had never experienced a maze like this before. She had no experience at all. Ha! These 10 paths must be very dangerous. It's better that we don't split up. It's safer to walk together. Tantai, Lingzi suddenly said with a smile. Senior Sister Tantai, you're wrong. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, if we all walk together, we may be wiped out in the end if we encounter trouble. How about this? How about we divide into 2 teams? I'll take Dai Yuling and Lung Hao, and the rest of you will be in 1 team. This will save us the trouble of disliking each other. Although he did not want everyone to enter the same path, he did not want to have too many teams either. It was best to divide into two teams, like now. In this way, the probability of the other team choosing the path he wanted to take would be lower. No one objected to this proposal. After all, Bai Feifei's team had more people and was strong. Therefore, the teams were quickly divided. Bai Feifei led the others and left first. Ling Xiao then entered one of the paths. Just as the two teams entered the path, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. This figure was very blurry, as if its entire body was made up of smoke. It was impossible to see its face clearly, but judging from its size, it was definitely a creature the size of a human. The figure hesitated for a moment at the fork in the road before entering the path that led to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the others had just entered the fork when suddenly a fishy smell came from the fork, making them feel an incomparable stench. They all had the thought of retreating. In the cave, a chilly wind blew, accompanied by strange sounds, making people shudder. Ling Xiao had Dai Yuling and Lung Hao follow behind him because he could see the situation clearly. The reason why there was a fishy smell was because the fork was filled with all kinds of poisonous snakes. They were so densely packed that it made one's scalp go numb. Although these poisonous snakes had different appearances, they all had the same dark green inscriptions on their bodies. That's a poison array. This was a type of formation that strengthened poison. When embedded in the body of a highly poisonous animal, the effect of the poison would be increased by at least 2 times. Of course, the strength of the effect was still determined by the standard of the formation and the materials used. The poison array on these poisonous snakes blocking the way could increase the effect of the poison by about 3 times. If they were really bitten, apart from Ling Xiao, the other 2 would be in trouble. Ling Xiao, leave this to me. Dai Yuling knew that she could not possibly be a match for powerful monsters. Therefore, she was the most suitable person to deal with these fierce beasts that were only around grade 2 or 3. Only to see the cherry tree martial soul appear behind her, shaking off some pollen. When these pollen fell into those poisonous snakes, it actually made the poisonous snakes drowsy and completely lose their combat strength. Sure enough, not only was Dai Yuling's cultivation method unique now, even her combat method had some special changes. Interesting. Originally, Ling Xiao was still worried, but now he was relieved. Among the snakes, there was a thumb-sized snake that was entirely golden. It had been lying quietly behind the rock, spying on the 3 martial artists who barged in. However, it did not know that Ling Xiao had long discovered its existence. This little snake was actually a grade 7 fierce beast. The poison array's effect was about 10 times. Regardless of whether it was Dai Yuling or Lung Hao, if they were bitten by it, they would definitely die instantly. It was also because Dai Yuling helped to deal with the other poisonous snakes that Ling Xiao had the time to focus on this little golden snake. Just as the other poisonous snakes were about to fall asleep, the little golden snake moved. Its speed was extremely fast, directly scurrying towards Dai Yuling's throat. Whoosh! Sword light flashed like lightning, almost instantly piercing through the little golden snake. Smack! The little golden snake landed. Its body trembled a few times, and then there was no more movement. Although it was very difficult for ordinary weapons to kill poisonous snakes, Ling Xiao's flying swords were all treasure-grade artifacts. All flying swords had a common characteristic, and that was fast. Double the speed of the sword controlling art. Double the speed of the flying sword. Although it did not have any special skills in terms of enhancement, it was much more outstanding than Ling Xiao's treasure-grade sword. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with such a flying sword. After all, when he used flying swords, it had always been for surprise attacks. He basically did not use it in a frontal battle. If it was too slow, the effect would not be as good. A treasure-grade artifact was indeed a treasure-grade artifact. In addition, Ling Xiao's sword-controlling art was already a bronze scroll, and its power was not inferior to a top-notch gold-grade martial art. If it was weak, it could not even kill a grade 7 fierce beast. It would be better to sell it for money. Thank you. Dai Yuling was really shocked just now. No need. We are all teammates, so we should help each other. Leng Hao was even more amazed. Ling Xiao's methods were not only powerful, but also rich. It was really not something that ordinary martial artists could compare with. While those poisonous snakes are unconscious, let's continue forward. Ling Xiao felt very strange. It seemed like someone had been following him, but he counted back and forth. There were only a total of 11 disciples left. He was very clear about each person's aura, but the aura of the person tailing him was not quite the same. It gave people a very uncomfortable feeling, but the aura was too weak, and it appeared and disappeared at times, making him sometimes think that he had an illusion. However, in accordance with the style of doing things carefully, Ling Xiao did some tricks when dealing with that little golden snake's corpse. Only then did he continue forward with Dai Yuling and Leng Hao. Not long after Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Leng Hao left, a figure appeared sneakily at the place they just left. He raised his foot and was just about to continue tailing when suddenly a golden light flew up from the ground. It was actually that little golden snake that had already been killed previously. The figure could not dodge in time and was actually bitten by the little golden snake. But what was surprising was that the little golden snake was instantly burned to ashes. It did not cause any harm to this figure at all. I didn't expect that kid to actually be so cunning. He used soul force to inject into this snake's corpse to deal with this sovereign. Chapter 529. The figure stood there and muttered to himself, "That's not right. He probably didn't do it to deal with me. He probably wasn't sure if someone was following him, so he wanted to use this method to test us." After a long silence, the figure suddenly snorted and said, "So what if he knows someone is following him? I've been planning for so many years, and every time I climb the pagoda, I'll get some benefits. I can't give up just because I was discovered by this kid." After saying that, he chased after them again. Ling Xiao, who was walking forward, suddenly frowned. "It's actually a celestial realm expert. How is that possible?" Ling Xiao was shocked. His soul power told him that the person following them was a celestial realm expert. Not only that, but this guy also had the aura of a Yuehua school martial artist. However, he wasn't any of the disciples in this pagoda ascension ceremony. Could it be someone who had stayed in the Moonlight Pagoda before? That was impossible. According to the Moon Maiden, once the pagoda ascension ceremony ended, everyone would be sent out of the Moonlight Pagoda, unless there was an accident and their souls were bound in the pagoda. Could it be the missing Yuehua school disciple? Ling Xiao shook his head and didn't continue thinking about it. Anyway, there was no point in thinking about it. The other party didn't attack them directly, but followed them from behind. It meant that he was afraid. If that was the case, it shouldn't be a problem as long as they were careful. What he needed to care about now was the trial. The fork was very long. Although Ling Xiao was sure that they could kill the monsters at the end of the fork, they still had to be careful along the way. He didn't want to fail miserably at such an easy task. Along the way, the most they encountered were poisonous snakes. However, with Dai Yuling, they had an easier time. After about an hour, Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation was showing signs of a breakthrough. Danger and opportunity really coexisted. From the first stage to the second stage, only a little more than a day had passed, and he was about to break through. It was probably because he had absorbed a lot of spiritual herbs aura in the herb garden. "You two, sit down and rest. I'll study these snake gallbladders." Previously, he had used the sword manipulation technique to kill 5 golden snakes. At the same time, he also obtained 5 gallbladders from the little golden snake. This snake gallbladder actually has the effect of strengthening one's martial veins and raising one's cultivation. Interesting. Ling Xiao directly swallowed all 5 snake gallbladders into his stomach. Then he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. After Lung Hao and Dai Yuling recovered their stamina, they stood guard for Ling Xiao. Although the monsters nearby had been cleared and there wouldn't be any danger for a while, they still had to be prepared. About 10 minutes later, all 5 snake galls were digested and absorbed. Ling Xiao's martial veins strengthened slightly, and his cultivation finally broke through the shackles of the mid-stage Transcendent Realm 6th layer. The Tower Ascension ceremony did not delay his cultivation. On the contrary, it was helpful. This made Ling Xiao happy. It seemed like it was the right choice to participate in this Tower Ascension ceremony. Then, should he test the strength of the guy behind him? Although he could tell from his soul power that the other party's cultivation base was no lower than the sky tier, he still felt that something was not quite right. "You too, come here." Ling Xiao called Dai Yuling and Lung Hao to the side, then drew something on the ground while transmitting his voice to them. "That's good enough. Can you do it?" "Don't worry, we'll do our best." Dai Yuling and Lung Hao both nodded. "Good, then let's get started." After the 3 finished their discussion, Lung Hao went to pick up all the unconscious poisonous snakes and gathered them together. Dai Yuling was responsible for making a kind of medicinal powder, while Ling Xiao began to draw a medium-sized spirit array nearby. The spirit array refining stone in his hand flashed. This was a spirit array refining stone he had refined long ago. The spirit array he was going to arrange now was actually a combination of the Fire Snake Spirit Array, 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array, and Plague Bone Dissolving Array. Ling Xiao named it the 1,000 Poison 10,000 Snake Spirit Array. To arrange this spirit array, they needed a large number of living poisonous snakes. It just so happened that the surrounding environment provided them with this excellent opportunity. After a few minutes, all the arrangements were completed. Everyone hid in the dark and began to wait. Ling Xiao helped Dai Yuling and Lung Hao conceal all of their auras and stayed there quietly like 3 stones. "What's that?" Suddenly, a figure darted out of the darkness with a somewhat panicked expression. Tens of thousands of poisonous snakes almost completely surrounded him. The plague poison and Dai Yuling's secret sleeping powder worked together, coupled with 10 times the terrifying snake venom. Even this figure, who had been very calm all this time, was a little overwhelmed. There were as many as hundreds of bites on his body, although most of the poisonous snakes turned into flying ashes the moment they touched him. But there were still toxins and sleeping powder that were sucked in by this person, causing this guy's figure to be a little shaky. Dai Yuling and Lung Hao were shocked when they saw this scene. They originally thought that Ling Xiao was worrying too much, but they didn't expect that there really was someone behind them. And this person's strength was really strong. If it weren't for the help of so many poisonous snakes, the 3 of them probably wouldn't be enough. "It's actually you." The strange fog around that figure gradually dissipated, revealing his original appearance. It was the disciple who disappeared. However, the aura that Ling Xiao felt was from another person. "You are the flame deity." "What?" Dai Yuling and Lung Hao both widened their eyes, not knowing what Ling Xiao was talking about. "No, you can't be the flame deity." Ling Xiao then shook his head and said, "You are just a puppet doppelganger of him." "That's right. I didn't expect that the flame deity actually used the souls and corpses of his fellow disciples to refine such a puppet. No wonder he can get a lot of benefits every time he ascends the tower. So that's why." Before entering the pagoda ascension ceremony, Ling Xiao had heard from Yang Danlin that every time Empyrean demon flame ascended the pagoda, he would always make breakthroughs in his cultivation. Moreover, he would obtain some strange treasures. Ling Xiao had no idea where he obtained them, although the flame deity explained that he got them from doing a mission outside. Yang Danlin didn't believe it. Now, it seemed that this matter was true. Damn it, you actually dared to plot against this sovereign. Aren't you afraid that this sovereign will kill you? The flame deity's puppet doppelganger asked coldly. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. However, with the flame deity's character, if he could really kill us, he would have already done it. There should be a reason why he didn't do it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that you can't easily attack us because you can't use your full strength. Otherwise, even if you're just a puppet doppelganger, you would still be thrown out by the Moonlight Pagoda. The puppet doppelganger was shocked because Ling Xiao's guess was right. If it wasn't for this, he would have already attacked instead of just following behind. Chapter 530. Humph, that's just your guess. I'll kill you now and make you regret it. The puppet avatar snorted coldly. Then do as you wish. We won't really die anyway. You can try. Ling Xiao was certain that he had this guy under control, so he was very calm. And don't you feel it? You're already deeply poisoned. If you make a move now, it will only speed up your death. The puppet avatar's face changed. After hesitating for a moment, it simply turned and left. Brat, just you wait. I'll force out the poison in my body. I won't let you off. The voice echoed in the depths of the fork. Idiot, you're just a puppet avatar. If it was the flame deity's main body, I might be afraid. You're not worthy. Ling Xiao looked at Dai Yuling and Lung Hao and said, Let's go quickly. That guy's true essence is very powerful. It's only a matter of time before the poison is forced out. It's best to pass the second round before he catches up. Dai Yuling and Lung Hao had no doubts about Ling Xiao now. No matter what Ling Xiao said, they would listen and believe him. This was because in their eyes, Ling Xiao was simply too powerful. Even an old fox like Heavenly Venerate Demon Flame's painstaking plan had been broken by Ling Xiao. Was there anything Ling Xiao couldn't do? However, Ling Xiao wasn't so optimistic. They had discovered the flame deity's secret. The flame deity would definitely plot to keep them in the Moonlight Pagoda. Their future was uncertain. However, being afraid was useless. It was better to face it calmly. From birth until now, he had encountered danger more than once or twice. As long as he didn't panic, he could always think of a way to turn danger into safety. The three of them continued forward. Ling Xiao no longer took the snake gall because he had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. It wasn't good to take the snake gall now. Therefore, Dai Yuling and Lung Hao benefited. Because the two of them had consumed a few snake gallbladders, their cultivation had also increased rapidly. Ling Xiao was only at the 6th layer of the Transcendent Realm, so the two of them were at the 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm, while the other was at the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm. After thoroughly refining the snake gallbladders, Dai Yuling was already an early-stage Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator. He had actually broken through a major realm. After all, if one's cultivation was low, one could break through quickly. Lung Hao's breakthrough wasn't slow either, from the peak of the Transcendent Realm 4th layer to the early Transcendent Realm 5th layer. Of course, this was also related to the medicinal pills that Ling Xiao had given them before. Coupled with the effects of the snake gall, the two complemented each other. Naturally, their breakthroughs were faster. Now that the two of them had become stronger, Ling Xiao was able to save himself a lot of trouble. In the following battles, the two of them were basically the ones helping him out. He only had to pay attention to whether there were any stronger monsters hiding in ambush. Senior Brother Ling, you're really amazing. It's as if you've been here before. Lung Hao's smooth journey was entirely because he followed Ling Xiao. This made him admire his own choice even more. This isn't some amazing ability. As long as one's soul force reaches a certain level, they can do it. Ling Xiao casually replied. Saying so, he suddenly waved his hand. What's wrong, senior brother Ling? Lung Hao asked curiously. We've reached the end of this fork. After crossing it, we should be able to reach the main road, but it seems that the road has been blocked. Ling Xiao naturally knew what was blocking their path, but he couldn't tell them too much, otherwise it would easily arouse suspicion. It was a giant python more than 10 meters long that had already transformed into a flood dragon. In addition, there were dozens of golden snakes and thousands of poisonous snakes. A single golden snake was already a headache, but dozens of golden snakes were even more troublesome. On top of that, the giant python was a peak level 8 vicious beast, so it definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with it. The three of them continued to walk for a while, and suddenly they saw a dense swarm of poisonous snakes led by dozens of golden snakes scurrying towards them. Behind the swarm of snakes was a giant python that was roaring. Behind the giant python was a box. Needless to say, it should be one of the opportunities in this monster's lair. The reason why Ling Xiao chose this fork was because of this box. Oh no! Senior brother Ling, run! You should be able to escape with your fast movement technique. I should be able to hold them off for a while. Lung Hao was frightened by the terrifying scene. However, in this extremely dangerous situation, he made a very brave decision. Yeah, Ling Xiao, you should go. Don't worry about us. The two of us will try to stop these snakes. Even if it's just for a moment, you should be able to escape. Dai Yuling also said. Both of them were aware of Ling Xiao's movement technique. They knew that if Ling Xiao ran with all his might, there would definitely be no problem, and he could easily escape from here. However, Ling Xiao just smiled and shook his head. No need. The two of you stay away from me. He was a little touched. After all, it was really not easy to have friends who would stay by his side in times of danger. However, his face didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. What? Dai Yuling and Lung Hao looked at each other and were a little confused. Senior brother Ling, if Zhao Xi can sacrifice for you, so can we. You don't have to care about us. Lung Hao thought that Ling Xiao couldn't bear it, so he said again, Junior brother Lung, Ling Xiao, am not the kind of person to be wishy-washy. When your sacrifice is needed, I won't stop you, but now there's really no need for that. The two of you stay away from me and stay there. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Let's go. Dai Yuling understood Ling Xiao too well. Since Ling Xiao said so, it was definitely not polite words, but true. He called for Lung Hao to hide far behind a huge rock. After seeing the two of them leave, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and muttered to himself, I've always wanted to try the true power of the 9 Meridians Qi sword. Since you've delivered yourself to me, it's just right. Ever since he condensed the 9 Qi swords, he had comprehended another move of the 9 Meridians Qi sword, but he had never used it. 9 Meridians Qi sword, Rising Sun Sword Radiance. This was the true move of the 9 Meridians Qi sword. It was different from the changes in the way it was used. It not only brought about a change in form, but also a change in power. A terrifying true essence was released, and between Ling Xiao's hands, it was as if a rising sun had formed. Then, the light of the rising sun illuminated the entire cave. Countless Qi swords shot towards the group of snakes, without any gaps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pop, pa, pa. Sword light flashed, and countless snakes fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, they turned into pieces without even having the chance to struggle. Ling Xiao stood there like a sword. Divine light illuminated his entire body, and his originally black hair seemed to have suddenly turned golden. It was incomparably shocking. Lung Hao almost couldn't help but kneel down. Chapter 5:31. What made Lung Hao almost kneel on the ground was not just the power of this sword move. The key point was that the aura it gave off made Lung Hao feel that the one standing there was not a transcendent realm cultivator, but a terrifying heaven realm or even paradise realm master. The snakes did not scream. However, the sound of their bodies shattering rang out continuously. Blood flowed, and debris flew everywhere in the tunnel, making it seem like a purgatory for snakes. Dozens of golden snakes jointly launched a poison attack, and dozens of poisonous lights shot towards Ling Xiao in an attempt to stop this crazy slaughterer. However, it was useless. The poisonous lights flew out like clay oxen entering the sea, and there was no more movement. Ling Xiao was like an unshakable god. At the same time, it was like a sword that stood upright. No one could shake him. No one could defeat him. The sword lights continued to fly. Ling Xiao showed a satisfied expression on his face. This was just a probing attack, because before he comprehended this move, he had never used it. Only after trying it out today did he realize how terrifying and powerful this move was. For a time, the snakes in the tunnel were in chaos. They obviously released a panicked aura and kept running around, trying to escape this madman's attack. However, Ling Xiao was in front of them, and the Python King was behind them. They had no way to escape. They could only watch as their bodies were pierced by the tiny sword lights and then shattered, their consciousness disappearing from the world. Roar! The Python King was furious. There was actually someone who dared to slaughter its people in such a frenzied manner. Where was its dignity as the Snake King? Where was its dignity? It roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao, its huge body shaking the cave as if there was an earthquake. Asterisk ding ding dang dang. Asterisk the Python King was really powerful. The 9 Meridian Chi sword was not weak. According to Ling Xiao's estimation, even a peak transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator would not be able to resist such an attack, unless they had a special artifact or defensive martial art. However, it was unable to cause any damage to this peak level 8 vicious beast. Ling Xiao stopped the 9 Meridian Chi sword attack and condensed all 9 Chi swords into one, stabbing towards the python. Clang! It still felt as if he had struck metal, and he did not cause any damage to the Snake King. Bang! However, in the next moment, extravagant hope suddenly stopped. His body even trembled. Ling Xiao smiled. He understood. It was an extravagant hope that its body would be incomparably strong, but soul attacks were its weakness. The energy sword attack just now had 2 layers of power. One was a physical attack, while the other was a soul attack. The first attack did not cause any damage, but the second attack clearly caused the Snake King to suffer. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Up until now, he had only relied on his own exploration of the use of soul power to advance, which was simply not systematic enough. However, he had experienced the power of this soul martial art, soul dice. Back then, he had only used one move, Burning Heavens. He didn't know what kind of points he would get today. Activating soul dice, a huge shadow of a dice appeared above his head. Moments later, all 6 surfaces displayed the number 1. The number represented the ability Burning Heavens. When cultivated to the highest level, it could burn everything. And the number 1 represented the ability Tomb of God. Seeing this number, Ling Xiao's face revealed a very strange expression. Because this ability was too special, it was not a direct attack move, but more like a summoning move. As the dice stopped rolling, a huge, ancient bronze door appeared beside Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao himself did not know what was inside the door. Gaga gaga. The bronze door slowly opened, and then a terrifying aura came out from the door. Bang! Bang! Muffled footsteps sounded as if the ground was about to shatter. At this moment, the python's attack had arrived. Bang! A huge roar sounded. Ling Xiao looked up. This fork was more than 10 meters high, and standing in front of him was a huge skeleton that was 6 to 7 meters tall. The skeleton's body was dark and shiny. It did not have any weapons in its hands, and it blocked the python's attack with its bare hands. Heavens! This guy is actually equivalent to a peak transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator. Even Ling Xiao himself was shocked. What was summoned from the bronze door of the Tomb of God was just a skeleton. However, this skeleton's strength was really terrifying. When the huge skeleton blocked the python, Ling Xiao moved. His terrifying soul force directly penetrated the skeleton's eyes and shot out 2 phosphorescent lights. Roar! A painful roar sounded. The python's body shook violently, smashing the surrounding stones. Obviously, it was in great pain, because the skeleton's overall strength was equal to its, and with the help of Ling Xiao's soul force, it instantly hit the python's weak point, causing it to be seriously injured. Don't let it escape. Ling Xiao commanded the huge skeleton to hold the python tightly, and then began to shake it in the fork. Bang! Bang! The python was thrown to the ground and saw stars. Its snake gallbladder had obviously moved, and it was on the verge of falling unconscious. Dai Yuling and Lung Hao, who were hiding in the dark, were dumbfounded. They did not know where Ling Xiao had found that huge skeleton helper, and thought that Ling Xiao had some kind of treasure on him. In fact, this was all thanks to the soul dye. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's usage of his soul power was only at the tip of the iceberg, so he was unable to fully utilize his soul power. Otherwise, the skeleton that came out of the Tomb of God would not just be a peak transcendent realm 8th layer skeleton, but a heaven realm master. But even so, Ling Xiao was satisfied. Obtaining an ability that he could not control was a very dangerous thing. If he did not handle it well, it might backfire on him. It's about time. Ling Xiao used his Mountain River Martial Spirit's analysis ability to check the python's condition, and found that it was on the verge of death. It had been thrown to the ground and walls by the huge skeleton for more than a quarter of an hour. Even if it did not die, it was probably on the verge of death. However, Ling Xiao was cautious and did not approach it himself. Instead, he controlled the huge skeleton to tear open the python's stomach. This time, what he took out was not the snake gallbladder, but the genuine monster core of a peak level 8 vicious beast, which was worth a lot of money. More importantly, the snake was a young dragon, which played a crucial role in the revival of the ancient golden dragon. Okay, you two can come over. The bronze gate of the Tomb of God disappeared, and so did the skeleton. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, feeling extremely tired. The reason why he did not want to use the soul dye often was because it was too uncomfortable. It was probably because the method of using soul power was not scientific enough. So it was like this. Chapter 532. Ling Xiao also checked that the use of soul dice had no side effects. If there was a side effect, it would be that the head would definitely continue to hurt for a day or two. It was very painful. Senior brother Ling. Ling Xiao, I'm fine. You two hurry up and peel off the giant python's body. This guy is full of treasures. It is about to transform into a dragon, including its skin and bones. They are all excellent materials. We can exchange them for a lot of good things when we go out. Ling Xiao reminded. Lung Hao and Dai Yuling heard this and began to dissect the body. After they finished dissecting the body, Dai Yuling only left some materials that could be made into medicinal powder. Lung Hao left a bone spur and prepared to ask someone to help him refine it into a weapon. The rest of the materials were all returned to Ling Xiao. They were very clear that the entire giant python was killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally had the right to obtain these things. Ling Xiao did not refuse. Feeling that they had recovered, the three of them continued to move forward and opened the treasure chest directly. In the treasure chest, there was still a metal card, but the drawing on it was no longer the previous Lady of Illusionary, but Thousand Poison Giant Python. In addition to this seal card, there were two other books. One was Poison Scripture, which Ling Xiao gave to Dai Yuling. The other was a superior gold-grade martial art. Ling Xiao gave it to Lung Hao, but Lung Hao also gave him 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. Ling Xiao asked for the seal card himself. To be honest, Poison Scripture and superior gold-grade martial art were not in Ling Xiao's eyes at all. It was good to use it to win people's hearts, not to mention that he got 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was a good thing. My goodness, this is too terrifying. Who could actually exterminate so many poisonous snakes? The one who appeared near the main passage was Shangguan Lei. He looked a little embarrassed at this time. There were many scars on his body, and he was poisoned. The passage chosen by Bai Feifei was more troublesome than Ling Zhao's passage because there was an evil beast at the end of the passage, which was equivalent to a heaven-tier powerhouse. No one was the evil beast's opponent. Therefore, the group scattered and fled. Fortunately, the evil beast only guarded its own treasure chest and did not chase after them. Otherwise, the team would definitely be wiped out. But even so, the evil beast had two 9th-level vicious beasts as subordinates. Their team was completely scattered. Bai Feifei did not want to protect anyone. She ran away immediately. Tantai Lingzi left with Lu Lai and Situ Jun Wuyang, and Qin Wu's strength wasn't bad, so they had a chance to escape. Only Shangguan Lei and Wang Nem were in trouble. Fortunately, there were only two 9th-level vicious beasts. Both of them chased in the direction of the crowd. Instead, the two of them were alone and fled for their lives. Wang Nan's situation wasn't clear, but Shangguan Lei had escaped to the fork where Ling Xiao was. He saw the venomous snakes that had been killed by Ling Xiao's chi sword, as well as some that were only concerned with escaping and didn't attack him at all. Could it be him? Shangguan Lei thought about it and felt that among the participants of the pagoda ascension ceremony, there was no one else who could cause such a shocking result except for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was not strong, but his means were endless. No one knew what he would do next. Shangguan Lei. Ling Xiao's voice sounded from the side. Shangguan Lei suddenly became spirited. Save me. He only had time to say these two words before he fainted. Yuling, detoxify him. Ling Xiao said to Dai Yuling, No way, this Shangguan Lei is one of the flame deity's people. Are you really going to save him? Saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. Why wouldn't I? Ling Xiao smiled and said. He did not explain too much, and Dai Yuling did not ask too much. With Dai Yuling and Lung Hao's intelligence, they naturally knew the reason, but they did not point it out. Moreover, they would naturally keep this secret for Ling Xiao. Many thanks, junior brother Ling. Many thanks, junior sister Yuling. About 7 to 8 minutes later, Shangguan Lei woke up from his coma. Ling Xiao casually threw him a few medicinal pills and then gave him a snake gall. Eat it, then recover here. Shangguan Lei nodded and did not ask any more questions. As a result, he began to concentrate on his recovery. He was originally a late-stage transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator, and after a series of battles, his true chi was almost exhausted, so he was able to absorb the snake gallbladder very quickly. A moment later, the snake gallbladder was completely absorbed. I'll help you again. Ling Xiao tapped the center of Shangguan Lei's martial vein and poured his true chi into it, guiding it to break through. Peak Transcendent Realm 4th Layer, Early Transcendent Realm 5th Layer, Mid Transcendent Realm 5th Layer, Late Transcendent Realm 5th Layer. Shangguan Lei had accumulated a lot of true qi in his body, so once he broke through, it was simply unstoppable, directly breaking through from the late Transcendent Realm 4th Layer to the late Transcendent Realm 5th Layer, nearing the peak of his strength. Shangguan Lei did not say anything about Ling Zhao's actions. He felt it was normal because he could entrust his life to Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao was his master. Saying superfluous words of thanks was meaningless. It was better to prove his loyalty with actions. Shangguan Lei, if I eliminated you now, would you refuse? Ling Zhao asked. Of course not. Shangguan Lei shook his head. Very good. Prepare yourself. I can kill you at any time and eliminate you, because if you follow me for too long, it will arouse some people's suspicions. That will be troublesome, but you can rest assured, before I kill you, I will give you enough benefits. Ling Zhao's treatment of Shangguan Lei was naturally different from his treatment of Dai Yuling and Leng Hao. However, as long as Shangguan Lei was loyal to him, he would not be stingy. Understood. Shangguan Lei nodded. Obviously, he had no objections to Ling Zhao's arrangements. In fact, even if he did not receive any benefits, he did not care, because this time his cultivation had broken through to the late Transcendent Realm 5th Layer, which was enough to give him a pleasant surprise. This was a tangible gain. You three protect me. I also want to try to break through. Ling Zhao obtained the monster core of the 10,000 Poisons python, which was much more useful than the little golden snake's gallbladder. No problem. Leng Hao, Shangguan Lei, and Dai Yuling had all been protected by Ling Zhao when they broke through, so now that Ling Zhao wanted to break through, they were naturally duty-bound. Ling Zhao could feel that the flame deity's puppet clone was still healing, so he definitely had a chance to break through. Inside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, breaking through seemed to be much easier than outside, so if he had good things to use here, he would definitely not suffer a loss. After swallowing the monster core, Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the 12 golden lotus arts. This gold-grade top-secret art had a very good auxiliary effect when absorbing the monster core of the 10,000 Poisons python. Chapter 5:33. The true qi in Yang Kai's body continued to condense as the 9 cyclones in his 9 martial veins spun rapidly, further improving the quality and density of his true qi. Novel. The monster core of the 10,000 poison giant python was worthy of being the monster core of a peak 8th order vicious beast. The energy it contained was definitely not something the little golden snake's gallbladder could compare to. During his cultivation process, Ling Zhao could clearly feel a large amount of energy constantly pouring into his martial veins before being assimilated and transformed. Late 6th Layer Transcendent Realm, Peak 6th Layer Transcendent Realm, 7th Layer Transcendent Realm. Finally, after an hour, a terrifying aura spread out from the fork and a violent storm of true qi blew the snake corpses into the air. Ling Zhao was very surprised that he had finally broken through to the last 3 stages of the Transcendent Realm. This feeling was very strange. It was as if his life force had improved significantly and his vision had broadened greatly. The 7th Layer Transcendent Realm was also known as Divine Valor. Ling Zhao could feel that his soul, internal qi, and body had become more perfectly integrated, allowing him to become more coordinated in battle. Leng Hao, Dai Yuling, and Shangguan Lei, who were standing next to him, were all under great pressure. The 3 of them actually knelt down at the same time. In front of Ling Zhao, they actually did not even dare to raise their heads. Get up, Ling Zhao said as he withdrew his terrifying aura. Leng Hao couldn't help smiling bitterly. Senior brother Ling, it seems I'll never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. He had just broken through to the early fifth layer transcendent realm and thought he was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao, but now that Ling Xiao had broken through, the gap between them had widened again. Even if I can't catch up, I still have to catch up. Only then will I have the motivation to cultivate. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Let's go, let's continue." On hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lung Hao's eyes lit up. And with such an example, I have no reason to be arrogant and complacent. I can only cultivate as hard as I can. If he desperately tried to catch up, he might still have a chance to catch up. Ling Xiao still walked in front with Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, and Shangguan Lei following behind. Following eldest brother is so cool, there's no need to be afraid. Shangguan Lei couldn't help sighing. This wasn't flattery, but his heart's heart. In terms of cultivation, if he didn't Yang Kai's, he would have to be careful. If he wasn't careful, he would heart Qi Yang Kai would have died's heart's Yang. He's a sect's heart, he of Yang Kai's sect, Yang, he. Ling Xiao seemed to be able to see through everything, as if he could foresee everything. This made Shangguan Lei feel more and more that he had made the right decision to rely on Ling Xiao. Yang Soul Sect, Spirit Sect Yang. Yang of Yang and of. On. Ling Xiao smiled. The three of them nodded. Ling Xiao naturally had his reasons for walking so fast. The entire monster nest was displayed on the mountain river diagram, so he could clearly see where there was danger and where there wasn't. He even knew where the traps were. In this way, there was no need for him to be timid and fearful. Walking out of the snake cave, Ling Xiao and the others entered a main road. It seemed that the 10 forks in the path all converged into this main road. As soon as they entered the main road, some strange creatures appeared in front of them. These creatures looked like they were made of straw, but they were very strong. The weakest was a Class 5 vicious beast, equivalent to a transcendent realm 5th layer cultivator, while the strongest was a Class 7 vicious beast. There were 50 of them. Shangguan Lei, Dai Yuling, and Lung Hao stopped cultivating and prepared to fight. No need for you, continue cultivating. When it's time for you to fight, I won't stop you. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a huge flaming monster suddenly appeared behind him. This was the variant martial spirit he had snatched from He Suwa, a variant of the ghost flame martial spirit. It was a semi-finished death dark flame martial spirit. However, it was more than enough to deal with these monsters in front of him. Who? The huge flaming monster directly pounced on the straw creatures. In the blink of an eye, the fire spread through the tunnel. The straw monsters were most afraid of fire, so they were quickly burned to ashes. As for the rest, they fled in all directions out of fear of the terrifying flames. So strong. Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, and Shangguan Lei were all surprised. They had the same martial spirit, but the power displayed by He Suwa couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's. This person was too strange. Ling Xiao chuckled to himself. He was very satisfied with the power of this attack. It seemed that after his cultivation broke through to the transcendent realm 7th layer, whether it was his true qi, soul force, or attack power, they had all undergone a qualitative improvement. If it had been before his breakthrough, it probably wouldn't have been so easy. With a monster like Soaring Xiao around, although they had encountered a few waves of monsters with all kinds of ferocious beasts, they were all killed the moment they saw Soaring Xiao. Almost all of them were killed in an instant. It was just a short pause. When they were about to reach the end of the tunnel, they encountered a powerful puppet beast. Its entire body was made of metal and was equivalent to a 9th order transcendent realm cultivator. Not only that, but it also led thousands of smaller puppet beasts. However, the result was that almost all of the smaller puppet beasts were instantly destroyed by Ling Xiao, leaving behind only a few for the other 3 to practice on. As for the 9th order puppet beast, Ling Xiao pierced its core with his sword and it instantly turned into a pile of ruins. To Ling Xiao, it didn't matter how many enemies there were. He had too many AoE attacks to deal with, coupled with the mountain and river martial spirit's ability to devour true qi. The more enemies there were, the happier he would be. After experiencing so much shock, Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and Shangguan Lei finally saw Ling Xiao's power and became numb. This guy's strength had been engraved in their minds and bones, making it impossible for them to forget. This was no longer a monster lair. It felt like Ling Xiao's hunting ground. He was like a terrifying hunter king, causing all the monsters to tremble in fear. Another hour passed, and Ling Xiao and the other three arrived at the end of the tunnel. Through the mountain and river diagrams map, Ling Xiao knew that at the end of the tunnel, the final guardian of the second round resided. It was a half-step, heavenly venerable. But in terms of strength, it was much stronger than Bai Feifei. Both were half-step heavenly venerables, but Bai Feifei was only a 20% half-step heavenly venerable, while this guardian was close to 90% half-step heavenly venerable and was about to break through to the heaven realm. Ling Xiao thought about it for a while and finally chose to wait. He was not the guardian's opponent alone, so he had to wait for Bai Feifei and Tantai Lingzi to arrive. After another 2 hours, Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Lu Lai, and Situ Jun arrived one after another. However, Wang Nan's whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 534. Did you guys kill all the monsters along the way? Bai Feifei looked at Ling Xiao's group of 4, her face filled with surprise. That took them a lot of effort to finally enter the main road. Originally, they thought they would encounter danger, but who would have thought that there would only be corpses along the way? That's right. Ling Xiao said indifferently, the last guardian should be in front of us. I'm sure there will be a lot of rewards after defeating it. You broke through? Bai Feifei did not pay attention to Ling Xiao's words. Instead, she noticed that Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved significantly. Ling Xiao's current cultivation was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. Although it was not his true cultivation, it was still much higher than when he entered the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda. Therefore, as long as Bai Feifei was not blind, she could see it. Hearing Bai Feifei's words, Tantai Lingzi, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu's expressions turned ugly, especially Wu Yang and Qin Wu. They had always wanted to avenge their dead brothers, but they had never found an opportunity to do so. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao might be injured in the second stage, so they could make their move. Who would have thought that not only would this guy not be injured, but his cultivation would also improve greatly? The situation was getting worse and worse. They no longer had time to delay. We can't wait any longer. As long as there's even the slightest possibility, we have to do it. Wu Yang and Qin Wu glanced at each other and had the same thought. This boy is too strange. We really have to think of a way to get that thing. Tantai Lingzi also secretly made up her mind. She had no enmity with Ling Xiao, but she had taken a fancy to something on Ling Xiao's body. If she wanted to get that thing, she would have to kill Ling Xiao. She, who had always been calm, was now beginning to feel anxious. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation breakthrough was too terrifying. If she wanted to kill him, she had to do it as soon as possible. Bai Feifei's face was also gloomy. Ling Xiao had something on her, so she didn't dare to act rashly. But now, she was a little restless. After all, if she allowed Ling Xiao to develop like this, then the gap between her and Ling Xiao would become smaller and smaller. In the future, even if Ling Xiao did not rely on array formations, he would still be able to defeat her. At that time, things would be very bad. Through the battle with Ling Xiao, she had a strong premonition that people like Ling Xiao had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely become a hard bone to chew on. This guy was like a tiger cub. If he didn't kill it before it grew up, once it became a fierce tiger, he would be undefeatable. My luck was pretty good, so I accidentally broke through. Actually, it's nothing much. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. These words were not nonsense. In fact, from the moment they entered the Moonlight Pagoda until now, every minute they persevered, they would gain more, including Wang Nan, who had yet to appear. The remaining 11 people all had different degrees of improvement in cultivation and strength. It was just that Ling Xiao's improvement was the most terrifying. Next were Leng Hao, Shangguan Lei, and Dai Yuling. After that were Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and the others. Himph, I don't know how many good things you've taken for yourself. I really suspect that someone is secretly helping you. Bai Feifei snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. She still forcefully suppressed her anger and suppressed the thought of fighting to the death with Ling Xiao. That was because she had gone through the tempering of the Moonlight Pagoda, and her strength had also increased. Although it was not as fast as Ling Xiao's, this was only the second stage. She had to wait until Ling Xiao was fattened up before she could kill him. In any case, she did not believe that Ling Xiao could advance to a half-step heavenly venerable in the Moonlight Pagoda. I don't know what everyone thinks of my proposal. Let's not split up and charge forward with all our strength to kill our way out of the monster nest. Ling Xiao did not care if they were friend or foe. Since he could use it temporarily, he would use it. After all, the next guardian was not someone he could deal with alone. I agree. Tantai Lingzi thought for a moment and said, but we must have a detailed plan and investigate the specific situation in the monster nest. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to suicide. At this moment, Wang Nan silently appeared not far away. After approaching, he stood to the side, appearing very low-key. The others did not care about Wang Nan because he was the only one without a backer. Moreover, his strength was the weakest at present. However, when Ling Xiao looked at Wang Nan, his expression changed slightly. Wang Nan's cultivation was only at the Transcendent Realm Level 3, the same as Dai Yuling before her breakthrough. Now, it seemed that he had not broken through. However, this guy did not have the slightest trace of injury on his body. This was too strange. Could it be that this guy was hiding his strength? Ling Xiao would not underestimate anyone. He himself had a secret method to hide his strength, so why couldn't others have similar secret methods? We must pay attention to this Wang Nan. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Leng Hao, Dai Yuling, and Shangguan Lei, reminding them to stay as far away from Wang Nan as possible and not to speak of this matter to anyone. Although the three of them were confused, they still accepted Ling Xiao's suggestion. After telling them about Wang Nan, Ling Xiao began to continue the previous topic. Senior Sister Tantai, I just went in to investigate the situation in the monster nest. There are a total of 5 types of monsters: poisonous snakes, vampire bats, straw puppets, dark wolves, and gray skeletons. Their strength is between Class 1 and Class 5, and there are about 5,000 of them. In addition, there is 1 golden inch snake king, 1 blood bat king, 1 straw puppet king, 1 dark wolf king, and 1 gray skeleton king. They are all Class 7 to Class 8 vicious beasts. Of course, the most powerful one is still the Guardian, the 5-faced monster. Its strength is very terrifying, and it is a half-step heavenly venerable. Moreover, it has 90% of its strength, much stronger than Senior Sister Bai. What? When everyone heard his words, they were all taken aback. Not to mention the others. Just the ordinary monsters alone were enough to make them feel embarrassed, but there were actually 5 king-grade monsters and a powerful guardian. This was simply mind-numbing. Following that, Ling Xiao informed everyone of the situation. After a round of discussion, they finally came up with 3 strategies: top, middle, and bottom. The first plan was for Bai Feifei to attract the Guardian's attention. Ling Xiao and Tantai Lingzi, who had outstanding body movements, were in charge of stealing the treasure chests. Wu Yang, Qin Wu, and the others were in charge of dealing with the other monsters. They did not need to hold on for long, and they could run after taking the items. The second plan was to not think about taking anything. Everyone would fight their way out and then rush out. With the strength of these 11 people, it should not be a problem to rush out, as long as they did not continue to fight. The third plan was also the most helpless choice. Whoever had the ability to escape would not help each other. Of course, if they had to choose, the others were willing to choose the best plan. However, there was one person who did not agree, and that was Bai Feifei. She was determined not to fight the Guardian. If she did not agree to cooperate, then the best plan would be useless. Chapter 5:35. Ling Xiao was very disappointed. He had seen through the situation. Instead of working with these people, it would be better for him to take Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguan Lei and leave first. That way, he could ensure that the few of them would survive. To be honest, other than the Guardian, he did not care about the other monsters at all. Senior Sister Bai, how about we make a slight change to our plan? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a good idea. Change? How? Bai Feifei asked. It's very simple. Other than me, all of you are responsible for stalling the Guardian. You should be able to do that, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then what are you doing? What about the other monsters? Bai Feifei asked, puzzled. As long as she was not facing the Guardian alone, she was not afraid. However, she still did not understand Ling Xiao's plan. It's very simple. Leave the rest of the monsters to me. Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression on his face, as if this was just a matter of waving his hand. Junior brother Ling, you're joking. Tantai Lingzi shook her head and smiled bitterly. Even senior sister Bai doesn't dare to say this to me. How can you do it? That's right. Even if you want to brag, you have to choose the right place. Let's work together and break out. I hope we don't alarm the five-faced monster. Bai Feifei also did not believe Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not say much. He only secretly transmitted his voice to Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguan Lei to act according to his signal and stay close to him. In this way, even if the guardian of the five-faced monster appeared, he was confident that he could escape even if he could not defeat it. Then, Bai Feifei and Tantai Lingzi walked in the front. The 11 of them entered the last monster's lair of the second stage. Wang Nen followed at the back, his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with confusion and vigilance. However, he did not ask any questions. Perhaps there would be an answer to this question soon. Since the 11 of them were charging forward at the same time, the battle was relatively easy as long as they did not encounter any king-tier monsters. After all, Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, Ling Xiao, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu had all reached the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer, and were much stronger than the strongest ordinary monsters. It would be too embarrassing if he couldn't kill them in an instant. Even the weakest of them, Wang Nan, was a 3rd layer Transcendent. However, he didn't make a move at all, so it was very easy for him to follow behind. Speed up. If this goes on, I will definitely be able to leave this place before the guardian of the five-faced monster is alerted. Bai Feifei charged faster and faster. She was in the mood to kill. She didn't seem to want the final opportunity of the second trial, as long as she could pass the trial. This woman was too weak. She was too cowardly. If Ling Xiao was a half-step celestial venerate, even if he only had 10% of his accumulated power, he would have fought with the gatekeeper. Tantai Lingzi, on the other hand, looked back at Ling Xiao in surprise. Because the situation they encountered was almost exactly the same as what Ling Xiao had described. There were all 5 kinds of monsters, and they all appeared almost at the same time. Their strength was also no different from what Ling Xiao had said. This Ling Xiao was really strange. As the group continued forward, the number of monsters they encountered increased. Sometimes there were even thousands of monsters appearing at the same time. However, the overwhelming strength of these monsters didn't make them afraid. Shangguan Lei, Leng Hao, and Dai Yuling seized this opportunity to hone their battle skills. Ling Xiao didn't make a move at all. He simply activated the heavenly dragon scale armor and relied on the reflected damage. Whoever attacked him would be unlucky. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared. It's the Golden Inch Snake King, a Class 8 vicious beast. Ling Xiao warned, "Die." Bai Feifei didn't use any skills at all. She just casually stabbed her sword, and a strange musical symbol flew out from her sword, easily piercing through the Golden Inch snake. However, it was a king-tier monster after all. Although its strength was inferior to Bai Feifei, its intelligence wasn't low. At the critical moment, it avoided its vital points and fled into the distance. Bai Feifei was really good at dealing with vicious beasts. She was worthy of being a half-step heavenly venerable. Facing a Class 8 vicious beast, she could seriously injure it with a casual attack. Amazing! If she didn't die, this girl would probably become the top of the top 10 core disciples. In other words, she would ascend to the position of the young sect master. Of course, that Ren Xingtian, who was currently ranked first, wasn't someone to be trifled with. When the Golden Inch snake encountered a strong enemy, it turned around and fled. "Can you escape?" Ling Xiao sneered. The chi sword in his hand flew out and turned into a glowing rope, dragging the Golden Inch snake back. This was a Class 8 vicious beast. It definitely had a very good monster core. The snake meat was also very nutritious. He casually threw the Golden Inch snake's corpse into the Mountain River world. He didn't have time to deal with this thing now. Bai Feifei glanced at Ling Xiao, her eyes flashing with intense astonishment. Although Ling Xiao's attack wasn't necessarily powerful, it was just right. Moreover, she had never seen anyone use sword chi in such a way. After the Golden Inch snake was killed, the venomous snakes immediately became fearful and began to retreat. Everyone, kill the king-tier monster as soon as possible. This way, the ordinary monsters won't attack. Tantai Lingzi said loudly. Naturally, the rest of the people could see this as well. "Ling Xiao, you're not allowed to steal my monster." Bai Feifei naturally knew the benefits of the Golden Inch snake. She was very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's attack. "No problem. However, if you can't kill it, I won't let it leave." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "How is that possible? You can kill a monster that I can't kill? Ridiculous." Bai Feifei absolutely didn't believe that such a thing would happen. After a while, another king-tier monster appeared. This time, it was the Bloodbat King. The Bloodbat King's body wasn't small. Its huge body whistled as it charged over, its mouth emitting a powerful sonic attack. However, this sonic attack didn't affect Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and Ling Xiao. Only the others felt an unbearable headache. Bai Feifei stabbed her sword again. However, this time, her sword stabbed empty air. Unlike the Golden Inch Snake King, the Bloodbat King could actually transform into a bloody shadow. Even if it was stabbed, there wouldn't be any problems. Although Bai Feifei was very strong, after struggling for a long time, she still couldn't harm a single hair on the Bloodbat King. Instead, the Bloodbat King scratched Lu Lai and Sidu Jun. "Can you do it, Senior Sister Bai? Do you want to wait until the 5-faced monster is alerted?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "Senior Sister Bai, let him do it." Tantai Lingzi said anxiously. "Hateful. I don't believe you can do it. You do it." Although she was unwilling, Bai Feifei really felt like a fool being played around by the Bloodbat King. Rather than making a fool of herself, she might as well let Ling Xiao do it. She believed that Ling Xiao would make a fool of himself like her. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Cage. Chapter 5, 36. The Bloodbat King struggled left and right, but it could not escape from the cage. This cage was not a physical object, but a cage condensed from true essence. Although the Bloodbat King could avoid grief, it could not escape its fate of being trapped. Collect! With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao directly collected the Bloodbat King into the beast ring. The Gold-Inch Snake King was dead, so it could be stored in the Mountain River world. However, it was better to keep the Bloodbat King in the beast ring. Heavens, I never thought that Sword Chi could be used like this. What a terrifying true essence control. Lung Hao was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. Humph, what's so difficult about this? I can do it too. Bai Feifei was not convinced. However, after fiddling with it for a long time, she could not change the shape of her sword chi. This was Ling Xiao's strength. Of course, it was also thanks to the Mountain River Martial Spirit. Relying on the Mountain River Martial Spirit's precise calculation ability, coupled with his perfect control of true essence, he could achieve this. If it were someone else, they would not be able to do it. Senior Sister Bai, you have to admit defeat. Senior Brother Ling is smarter than us. Lung Hao looked at Bai Feifei's red face and laughed. It's just a strange skill. Bai Feifei curled her lips and said, it seems that the last part of the monster nest is not that difficult. We've already killed the Gold-Inch Snake King and the Bloodbat King. Now, there are only 3 King-tier monsters left. If we kill our way through, we can definitely pass. Of course, the prerequisite is that we don't alert the 5-faced monster guardian. Don't jinx it. Ling Xiao could not help but curse. At this time, everyone also realized that the venomous snake and blood bat that had retreated had returned. While they and the other monsters were retreating, a huge figure was slowly moving over. This figure floated in the air, looking like a huge ball. Around the ball, there were 5 strange faces. They were the snake, the bat, the straw puppet, the skeleton, and the nether wolf. Needless to say, this 5-faced monster must have gathered the abilities of 5 different monsters. Coupled with the fact that it was a half-step heavenly venerable, it would be very difficult to deal with. How could it be like this? It actually startled the 5-faced monster. Oh no! Bai Feifei's expression suddenly changed. She actually took 2 steps back. This guy wanted to escape. Senior Sister Bai, there's no turning back. If you retreat to the first stage, you'll be eliminated, Ling Xiao reminded. Then what do you think we should do? Bai Feifei roared. I've already told you the plan. All of you work together to stall the 5-faced monster. I'll deal with all the other monsters alone. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're still boasting at a time like this? Will you die if you stop bragging? Bai Feifei panicked. Idiot! Ling Xiao did not pay any more attention to Bai Feifei. He felt that it was impossible to reason with this woman, so he could only use practical actions to prove his point. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Rising Sun Sword Gleam. Suddenly, the entire monster lair radiated golden light. Countless sword gleams shot out in all directions with the glaring rising sun in Ling Xiao's hand. In just a split second, hundreds of monsters were killed or injured. None of the people who were originally surrounded by monsters were injured. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so powerful. Senior Sister Bai, shall we do as he says? Tantai Lingzi was a smart person. As soon as Ling Xiao made his move, she knew how powerful he was. Fine. Bai Feifei gritted her teeth and said, Ling Xiao, remember this. We won't be able to stall for long. You only have 15 minutes at most. If you can't deal with it, I'll leave immediately. No problem. I'll help you open a path. After saying that, the huge flaming monster behind him appeared again. It directly killed hundreds of straw puppets with one punch, opening a path for Bai Fei and the others to face the five-faced monster. Let's go. Bai Fei and the others rushed toward the five-faced monster through this path. An intense battle was about to break out. 3 monsters attempted to chase after Bai Fei and the others. However, how could Ling Xiao allow them to do so? Sword manipulation technique, Big Dipper sword formation. 36 Big Dipper flying swords flew out and formed an independent space, trapping all the monsters except for the five-faced monster. The rising sun sword continued to pour down, and low-level monsters continued to be killed. This scene caused the others to be extremely shocked. Ling Xiao actually had 36 treasure-grade flying swords. It was too shocking. In the entire Yuehua school, no disciple had so many treasure-grade treasures, including Bai Fei and Run Xingtian, the top 10 core disciple. Ling Xiao executing the Heavenly Dipper sword formation was also done after careful deliberation. Although one should not show off one's wealth, treasure-grade treasures were nothing to the higher-ups. They probably only cared about immortal-grade treasures. As for the disciples of the Yuehua school, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid. Even if he couldn't beat them, no one could take these treasures from him. Therefore, he was fully qualified to use so many treasure-grade treasures. There was nothing to worry about. He would hide what he needed to hide, such as the ancient golden dragon form and the mountains and rivers' martial spirit. However, there was no need to hide. If he needed to use them, he would use them. There was no need to hesitate. At this moment, Ling Xiao controlled the Big Dipper sword formation with his soul. He used the Rising Sun sword with his left hand and the Ice Dragon sword with his left. He used Flying Snow. The sword chi passed through the air and directly penetrated the Underworld Wolf King's body. The Underworld Wolf King was a level 8 vicious beast, equivalent to an 8th level Transcendent Realm cultivator. However, Ling Xiao was already a 7th level Transcendent Realm cultivator. Wasn't it a piece of cake for him to deal with a vicious beast of this level? He didn't even need to use any powerful moves. He could easily end the battle with his fastest flying snow. Outside the Big Dipper sword formation, Bai Fei and the others were fighting the five-faced monster. Although they were at a disadvantage, it seemed that they would have no problem holding on for a quarter of an hour. If Bai Fei used her full strength, she might even be able to kill the five-faced monster. Unfortunately, Bai Fei had only used 70% of her strength. She even took the opportunity to observe Ling Xiao inside the Big Dipper sword formation. Seeing Ling Xiao kill the Underworld Wolf King with a single sword strike, her heart sank. The stronger Ling Xiao got, the greater the threat he posed to her. She absolutely couldn't let this little brat continue to act so arrogantly. Bai Fei harbored malicious intentions. She actually retreated while fighting, leading the five-faced monster in the direction of the Big Dipper sword formation. Wu Yong, Qin Wu, and Tantai Lingzi also had the same idea. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't expect these people to cooperate with him from beginning to end, so although he was fighting, he was still paying attention to the situation over there. You want to plot against me? I was planning to give you a share of the loot after killing the five-faced monster, but forget it now. Ling Xiao made up his mind, and the sword in his hand moved even faster. Ice Storm. This move, which used to require him to pour all of his true chi into it, could now be easily used. The violent blizzard directly swept up thousands of monsters into the air, where they slammed into the Big Dipper flying sword and shattered into pieces. Chapter 537. Whoosh! The flaming monster behind Ling Xiao spat out a ball of flame and burned the last king-tier monster, the Scarecrow Puppet King, to ashes. At this point, All 5 king-tier monsters were either killed or captured. As for the thousands of ordinary monsters, only a few hundred were left. Ling shouted what he said. Not only did he break the monsters' encirclement, but he also slaughtered almost all the monsters except for the 5-faced monsters. It could be said that if Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and the others cooperated with Ling Xiao, they could easily kill the 5-faced monsters. In the end, everyone would reap the benefits. Ling Xiao was not a stingy person. If they really cooperated, he would definitely be willing to share the benefits with everyone. It was a pity that his heart illuminated the moon, but the moon illuminated the ditch. By Feifei and Tantai Lingzi, these 2 absolute combat powers, each had their own ulterior motives. Even if Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, and Shangguan Lei attacked the 5-faced monsters with all their strength, it would be meaningless. Since that was the case, they would do it themselves. These guys don't even think about getting a single thing. Ling Xiao casually dealt with the remaining monsters. At this moment, the guardian of the 5-faced monsters roared angrily and pounced on him. The Big Dipper sword formation began to shake violently, but it did not collapse. Ling Xiao glanced at Bai Feifei, who had lured the 5-faced monsters over, and sneered. Then he removed the Big Dipper sword formation and instantly appeared beside Bai Feifei. The 5-faced monster was very angry. All the monsters under its command had been killed by Ling Xiao. Naturally, it wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, when it attacked, its ferocity was even more ferocious than before. One of the snake faces spat out a highly toxic substance. Although it was also highly toxic, this substance was 10 times more terrifying than the 1,000 poisons giant python's poison. Even Ling Xiao would not dare to take it head-on. Ling Xiao was hiding behind Bai Feifei, so the poisonous thing was naturally aimed at Bai Feifei. In any case, in terms of movement technique, Bai Feifei would never be able to catch up to Ling Xiao. In that instant, Ling Xiao swiftly dodged and appeared behind Tantai Lingzi again. Bastard! Bai Feifei was so angry that her face turned red and hot when she saw the venomous object shooting towards her. She abruptly thrust out her sword, but she used nearly 90% of her strength. She had no choice. If she didn't do that, she would be poisoned to death. At this moment, she even summoned her Pipa martial spirit. A string of resplendent musical notes collided with the highly toxic substance and exploded in the air. The 5-faced monster's attack did not stop. The wolf head spat out a black ball and continued to pursue Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao dodged at the critical moment. This sphere was equivalent to attacking Tantai Lingzi. Tantai Lingzi was so shocked that she had no choice but to deal with it with all her might. Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? Bai Feifei roared angrily. What am I trying to do? You know in your hearts that this is called the evils you bring on yourself are the hardest to bear. Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain. His figure moved again and appeared behind Wu Yang and Qin Wu again. The 5-faced monster's vampire bat had spat out countless blood-red little bats, which pounced on Wu Yang and Qin Wu. Damn it, Ling Xiao, you can't do this. We agreed to work together to deal with the 5-faced monster. Tantai Lingzi was anxious. If Ling Xiao continued to cause trouble, they would all die. Is that so? Are you sure? Ling Xiao asked with a cold smile on his face. Agreed. Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu answered in unison. Their body movements were not as good as Ling Xiao's. If this continued, Ling Xiao would be fine, but they would definitely not be able to pass the second stage. Gritting their teeth, they could only work together with Ling Xiao to deal with the 5-faced monster. Well, if that's the case, you have to do something. Otherwise, how can I trust you? Ling Xiao sneered. Bai Feifei was so angry that she stomped her feet. Abruptly, she thrust her sword forward. Taking advantage of the five-faced monster's attack on Tantai Lingzi, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, she stabbed the five-faced monster's snakehead. This time, she was truly ruthless. Her cultivation was already high to begin with, and the weapon in her hand was also a treasure-grade artifact. She actually managed to leave a crimson wound on the five-faced monster's head. That's more like it. Ling Xiao laughed. At this time, Tantai Lingzi also made her move. The five-faced monster was stabbed by Feifei. Behind Tantai Lingzi, the shadow of a huge spider suddenly appeared. Then a ball of black liquid shot out from her hand and directly into the wound. Oh, it's a parasitic spider, martial soul. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Tantai Lingzi had not summoned her martial soul, so he was still guessing what her martial soul was. Now, it seemed that it was such a troublesome martial soul. Parasitic animal martial souls were very troublesome, although Tantai Lingzi might not be able to break the five-faced monster's defense. It was enough for her to leave a mark. There were a large number of small parasitic spiders in the black liquid. Once they entered the wound, they would crawl along the blood vessels and multiply, devouring the enemy from the inside. The longer the battle dragged on, the more parasitic spiders there were, and the faster the enemy would die. Now that everyone was dealing with the five-faced monster together, they felt that it was very reliable. However, Ling Xiao was still cautious. It would be bad if Tantai Lingzi launched a sneak attack. Let's do it like this. It'll work. Ling Xiao shouted. Although the five-faced monster was strong, it was still only a half-step heavenly venerable. It was still in the category of the transcendence realm, with 11 people working together, and by Feifei, who was also a half-step heavenly venerable, they could exhaust the five-faced monster to death. Although they were very reluctant, by Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and the others had to do as Ling Xiao said. At this moment, Ling Xiao had the means to restrain them. For a moment, the originally loose team was forced into a ball by Ling Xiao for inexplicable reasons. Everyone worked together to kill the five-faced monster until it was exhausted. Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, Shangguan Lei, Situ Jun, Lu Lai, Wang Nan, and even Qin Wu and Wu Yang could not withstand more than a few attacks from the five-faced monster in a one-on-one battle. But now, they were only assisting from the side, with Bai Feifei and Tantai Lingzi as the main damage output, and Ling Xiao in charge of attracting the monster's aggro. They could attack without worry. Even if their attacks did not have much effect originally, as long as they attacked the wounds on the five-faced monster, the effect would be quite good. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Cage. Lightning, Celestial Phenomenon. Paralysis, Plague Demon King Martial Soul, Plague Injection. Ling Xiao's moves were all control skills. He either froze the five-faced monster to slow down its movements, making it easier for the others to attack, or he used the cage to trap it temporarily to protect the others. Then, he used the paralysis effect of the lightning celestial phenomenon to continuously bombard the five-faced monster. Finally, with the powerful plague effect of the Plague Demon King Martial Soul, he continuously weakened the five-faced monster. The longer the time, the better the effect. Chapter 538. A large number of parasitic spiders had taken effect and began to wreak havoc in the five-faced monster's body. Coupled with Bai Feifei's powerful attack, as long as nothing unexpected happened, this battle would undoubtedly end in their victory. Perhaps seeing that victory was in sight, Bai Feifei and the others became more energetic in their attacks. After all, as long as they could kill the gatekeeper, they would be able to obtain the gatekeeper's treasure chest. This was a great temptation to them. The five-faced monster kept letting out mournful cries. It was obvious that it was getting weaker and weaker, and the wounds on its body were increasing. The snake head was completely smashed, and the wolf head was on the verge of death. The other 3 heads were also injured to varying degrees. Naturally, the ones who played key roles were Ling Xiao by Fei Fei and Tantai Lingzi. The rest could only be considered as support. Ling Xiao's control and plague caused the greatest trouble for the 5-faced monster. Bai Feifei's powerful attack was the key to causing the 5-faced monster's wounds. Tantai Lingzi's parasitic spiders were the same as Ling Xiao's plague. They were also important factors in weakening the 5-faced monster. The 5-faced monster, which was in a desperate situation, entered a frenzied state, attempting to carve out a bloody path to escape. However, with Ling Xiao's control skills, its every effort was in vain. Instead, it wasted a large amount of true origin. Finally, after a quarter of an hour of beating, the depressed 5-faced monster fell to the ground with a loud thud. Before it died, it indignantly launched an attack at Ling Xiao. However, it was useless. Although this angry attack was powerful, it was not accurate. Ling Xiao had predicted that it would do this, so he had already dodged in advance. As a result, this attack blasted a tunnel dozens of meters long out of the cave. Success. I didn't expect it to actually succeed. That's great. Killing the gatekeeper, the 5-faced monster, greatly boosted everyone's morale. They were all extremely excited. Although the process was extremely tiring, it was still tiring. As long as they could defeat the 5-faced monster, it would be the greatest victory. Ling Xiao went forward to check and confirmed that the 5-faced monster was completely dead. He then said to everyone, "Let's take a break." After killing the 5-faced monster, the second stage is basically over. Senior Brother Ling, you're really too amazing. To be honest, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that no one would be able to pass this second stage. Lung Hao said excitedly, "Humph, your contribution is not small, but what you said is absolute." Bai Feifei snorted coldly, thinking that she could pass. To be honest, Junior Brother Lung is right. If it wasn't for Junior Brother Ling, even Senior Sister Bai wouldn't have been able to pass. Tantai Lingzi shook her head and said, "Let me ask you something. How did you get past the encirclement of 5 king-tier monsters and thousands of other monsters? And we still have to be on guard against the attacks of the 5-faced monsters?" This Bai Feifei wanted to refute, but she couldn't find a reason to. In fact, the biggest problem in this stage wasn't the 5-faced monster, but the sea of monsters. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao getting rid of the other monsters in advance, they definitely wouldn't have been able to deal with the 5-faced monster so easily. To be fair, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would definitely have been wiped out in the second stage. No one would have been able to pass at all. However, Bai Feifei wouldn't say such words of gratitude. Even if she thought so, she wouldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, wouldn't it prove that she owed Ling Xiao a favor? After resting for a while, everyone continued to move forward. Everyone was very excited because they knew that there wouldn't be any danger in the next stage. There would only be benefits. When the Moonlight Pagoda was placed here, it was used to train the disciples of the Yuehua school. Therefore, the opportunities inside were all arranged in advance. There was no doubt about this. It wasn't like some ruins in the outside world, where you worked hard to reach the end only to find that there was nothing. But here, there would definitely be something, and the quality wouldn't be bad. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, everyone suddenly felt that their eyes were filled with jewels and treasures. Taking a closer look, there was actually a large pile of gold, silver, and jewels right in front of the second stage's seal. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be so excited that they would jump up and down. However, Ling Xiao was no longer interested in these things, and the others didn't seem to be interested either. After entering the Moonlight Pagoda, Everyone was interested in treasures that could increase their cultivation and strength. It was as if these kinds of worldly things weren't in their eyes. Since they weren't interested, Ling Xiao accepted it with a smile. In any case, he still had the Divine Sword sect and needed a large amount of money to expand his influence. After converting these gold, silver, and jewels, it was at least 1,000,000 taels of gold. It can't be just these things, right? Bai Feifei said in disappointment. No one could answer her question, but suddenly a figure dashed out. It was actually Wang Nan. This guy's current speed was actually not any slower than Ling Xiao's. This scene left everyone dumbstruck. Only Ling Xiao stared at Wang Nan's back and revealed a sneer. Ha ha ha, it's mine. Wang Nan's voice rang out from the depths of the lair. This guy was holding a small chest in his hand. This should be the treasure chest that the Moonlight Pagoda specially prepared for trial disciples. It might not be so convenient in the outside world, but it was no problem in the Moonlight Pagoda. Treasure chests were definitely present. Brat, quickly hand it over, or I'll kill you. Situ Jun shouted angrily and suddenly pounced forward. Tantai Lingzi didn't stop him. Treasures had always been something that only people with strength were qualified to possess. A mere Wang Nan actually wanted to take the treasure for himself. It was simply wishful thinking. However, boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and Situ Jun's body directly exploded in midair. The number of survivors is 10. Wang Nan just lightly waved his palm. Brat, you actually hid your strength. Bai Feifei furrowed her brows. She thought that Ling Xiao was the only cunning guy. She didn't expect that Wang Nan also hid his strength well. So what if I hid it? I'm stronger than all of you. This thing should belong to me. Wang Nan said indifferently. Humph, that depends on whether you have the ability or not. Bai Feifei snorted coldly and suddenly stabbed out with her sword. The sword that contained killing intent was not weak. She really wanted to kill. She couldn't deal with Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had something on her, but this Wang Nan was nothing. Bang! Her sword could even stab the five-faced monster, but it was still blocked by Wang Nan's palm wind and exploded in midair. The air was filled with a trace of death smoke. How is this possible? Bai Feifei was shocked. Tantai Lingzi also intended to attack, but seeing that Bai Feifei couldn't hurt Wang Nan, she was stunned for a moment. Ling Xiao, join forces with me to kill this brat. We can't let him take the treasure for himself. Bai Feifei looked back at Ling Xiao and shouted. Sorry, I'm not his opponent, and I'm not interested in doing so. Chapter 5:39. Coward! Bai Feifei was furious. She wanted to drag Ling Xiao into this mess, but who knew that this guy was not interested in the treasure chest at all? Something's not right. Tantai Lingzi shook her head. What's not right? Bai Feifei asked, puzzled. How could Ling Xiao turn a blind eye to the treasure chest? He's not a coward. There's probably something wrong with the treasure chest. Tantai Lingzi explained. Hearing this, Wang Nan frowned. He was in a hurry to snatch the treasure chest and did not check what was inside carefully. Now that Tantai Lingzi said this, he felt that something was wrong. Kacha! Wang Nan broke the lock of the treasure chest. Stone! How could this be? The treasure chest was full of stones. It was not a treasure at all. Damn it! Ling Xiao, did you snatch the real treasure chest? Wang Nan snorted and asked. Hey, you have to be reasonable. I've been with you all the time. How could I have the time to snatch the treasure chest? Ling Xiao shrugged. Then why didn't you join forces with me to snatch the treasure chest? You clearly know that there's something wrong with the treasure chest. Bai Feifei questioned. Idiot woman, didn't you notice? This Wang Nan is not the Wang Nan who came in with us. Although he looks the same, his aura is completely different. Ling Xiao said coldly. He's the flame deity. Lung Hao suddenly shouted. That's right. He's the flame deity. He's just a wisp of soul force that the flame deity left in the Moonlight Pagoda. He's only able to exist for a long time by borrowing the bodies of other disciples. Ling Xiao nodded and said he was injured by me in the passageway. He probably happened to meet Wang Nan when he was healing and took control of Wang Nan's body. The real Wang Nan is probably dead. He's really dead. What? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Bai Feifei and Ling Xiao carefully examined Wang Nan's aura. Sure enough, it was as Ling Xiao had said. Regardless of aura or strength, this guy couldn't possibly be Wang Nan. Now you understand why I refused to make a move. Against the flame deity, there's nothing wrong with my brain. Ling Xiao shrugged. No wonder you were able to break my attack. So it was actually father. Bai Feifei's face was filled with joy. After all, the flame deity was her adoptive father. Father, hurry up and kill Ling Xiao. This brat killed He Suo, eliminated Ming Tian, and poisoned me. He's simply despicable and shameless. Bai Feifei suddenly shouted. Idiot woman, don't count on him. I told you, he's just the flame deity's puppet doppelganger. He's greatly restricted in the Moonlight Pagoda. You still count on him to help you kill me? Stop dreaming. Moreover, senior sister Tantai, senior brother Qin Wu, and senior brother Wu Yang should all stand on my side, right? Since Ling Xiao dared to expose the flame deity's identity, there was naturally a reason. Now that the flame deity's scheme had been exposed, he would definitely choose to silence them. If these people wanted to live, they could only cooperate with Ling Xiao. Everyone was smart, although cooperating with Ling Xiao was dangerous. At most, they would be eliminated. However, cooperating with the flame deity was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. In the end, they would definitely meet a tragic end. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Bai Feifei stood beside Ling Xiao, temporarily forming an offensive and defensive alliance. Feifei, let's go. The flame deity was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He knew that it was impossible to silence them now, so he did not insist. Anyway, as long as he was not captured alive, these people's one-sided words could not be used as evidence. He left with Bai Feifei. The second stage was over, and the sealed door opened. Congratulations to everyone for completing the second stage. Everyone has received 100 moonlight points. Please leave in 15 minutes, or you will be eliminated directly. The flame deity, who used Wang Nan as a puppet doppelganger, and Bai Feifei left first. The remaining 8 people entered a state of mutual vigilance again. Without a common enemy, this was how it was. Junior brother Ling, don't you think it's strange? Anyway, there was still 15 minutes, so Tantai Lingzi was not in a hurry to leave. She looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Every stage is rewarded with 100 moonlight points, and it's the same for everyone. Isn't this very unfair? Yes, it's indeed unfair. After all, there will be good and bad performances in the process. Ling Xiao nodded and said, but it doesn't matter because the performance in the process of passing the stage will also be counted in the reward of moonlight points. It's just that it hasn't been calculated yet. I guess it will be calculated at the end. I see. It's really different to have a good master. I don't have that good fortune. Tantai Lingzi sighed and said, Ling Xiao had investigated Tantai Lingzi before. This woman was considered an anomaly. When she entered the sect, she was accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder. However, that elder died tragically during a mission. Later, she was accepted as a disciple by another elder. But in less than a month, that elder also died. This process repeated. 5 celestial master elders in the Yuehua school accepted her as a disciple. In the end, all 5 of them died, mysteriously, when they were out on missions. Even their bodies were not found. As a result, a rumor spread in the sect that this woman was born to be a jinx to her master. From then on, Tantai Lingzi did not have a master. However, her cultivation still progressed very quickly. Because she did not have a master, she did not know much about the pagoda ascension ceremony. Even though she had participated in it twice, she was eliminated at the first stage in a muddle. Only this time did she pass the second stage. "Can I ask you a question?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "Junior brother Ling, please ask." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Senior sister Tantai, why do you have such a strong hostility towards me? I don't think I've offended you." Ordinary people would not directly ask such a question, because even if they did, the other party would not tell the truth. However, Ling Xiao still wanted to see Tantai Lingzi's attitude. At the same time that Tantai Lingzi spoke, a cold voice sounded. "The third stage, Life Forbidden Zone, has been opened. This is the penultimate stage of the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. In the past 1,000 years, only 2 people have passed this stage. One was the flame deity, and the other was the head teacher, Chang Yueying. The rules are the same as the previous 2 stages. Just survive. As for whether you can find the door to the 4th stage, it's up to you. Note, from now on, there will be no time limit. If you have the ability, you can stay in the Moonlight Pagoda and cultivate forever. But that will be very difficult, because every day you will be hunted down by stronger monsters. Junior brother Ling will take our leave first." Tantai Lingzi smiled, turned around, and left with Lu Lai. Wu Yang and Qin Wu also left. They did not dare to stay with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Chapter 540. There were still 10 minutes before the second round's deadline. There was plenty of time. Ling Xiao had no intention of leaving. He seemed to be waiting for something. Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, and Shang Guanlei felt strange. However, they trusted Ling Xiao and didn't say anything. They just stood there and waited. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, a huge bat appeared in everyone's vision. "Is that the Bloodbat King?" Lung Hao recognized it at a glance. It was the Bloodbat King that Ling Xiao had trapped in the beast ring. Of course, the most important thing wasn't the Bloodbat King, but the chest in its claws. Time to split the items." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "No way, senior brother Ling. You actually let the Bloodbat King help you switch the treasure chest?" "No, Wonder Wong, Nen got a fake chest." Lung Hao said in surprise. "Originally, I planned to split the items equally if they worked together to help me. However, they actually tried to lure the 5-faced monster to kill me. If it wasn't for my outstanding movement skills that forced them to work together with me to kill the 5-faced monster, I'm afraid I would be dead by now." Ling Xiao said coldly. "Therefore, they can forget about getting a single item in this chest." As he spoke, Ling Xiao opened the chest. The Bloodbat King was released by Ling Xiao. However, the Bloodbat King was now controlled by Ling Xiao's soul power. It was equivalent to a hidden chess piece that Ling Xiao had buried in the Moonlight Pagoda. Of course, this hidden chess piece was learned from the flame deity. He wouldn't use the bodies of his fellow sect members as puppets. However, he could use the monsters that were already inside. Most of the items in the chest were spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs. There was also a 5-faced monster seal card. Ling Xiao naturally kept it. Among the dozens of spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs, there were 2 that were very good. They were equivalent to low-grade yellow-tier spiritual pills. Its value was even higher than a gold-grade martial art. After all, martial arts would become outdated. But after consuming this spirit fruit, one would be able to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. These 2 fruits were the fire spirit fruit and the water spirit fruit. There were two uses for the fire spirit fruit. One was to strengthen and temper the body, giving the body a stronger resistance to fire. The other was to increase the fire attribute inner energy, which could then promote a breakthrough in cultivation. A single fire spirit fruit was enough to allow a cultivator below the seventh layer of the transcendent realm to directly break through an entire great realm. Unfortunately, it could only be used once per person. The effects of the water spirit fruit and the fire spirit fruit were similar. The only difference was that the water spirit fruit increased resistance to the water attribute and increased the water attribute inner force. There were 10 of each type of fruit, for a total of 20. Ling Xiao took 14, and the remaining 6 were given to Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and Shangguan Lei. He could choose not to share it with Bai Feifei and the others, but he still had to share it with these 3 people. As for the rest of the spirit fruits and spirit herbs, Yang Kai took them all. Although eating them directly wouldn't have much of an effect, they could still be used as herbs for refining pills. In any case, Yang Kai knew alchemy, so if he refined a good pill in the future, he could just give these 3 a reward. Let's go to the next stage. I'll find a suitable cultivation place for the 3 of you first. Swallow the spirit fruits and cultivate there. After leaving the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, all 3 of you should be able to break through to the 6th layer of the transcendent realm. This wasn't impossible. The lower one's cultivation, the faster one's cultivation would be, not to mention, the world energy inside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda was 10 times richer than outside, and with the help of spirit fruits and spirit herbs, it was only natural that one would be able to break through quickly. And the 3 of them didn't have any objections to Ling Xiao's arrangement. If they continued to follow Ling Xiao, they would only cause trouble for Ling Xiao in the 3rd stage, so it was better for them to find a safe place to cultivate. The 3rd stage was known as the Life Forbidden Zone, and its natural environment was extremely harsh. However, the harsher the environment, the more beneficial it would be for a cultivator's cultivation. Lung Hao's true essence was of the water attribute, so Ling Xiao brought him to the vicinity of a lake with rippling blue waves. Through the mountain and river diagrams map, Ling Xiao could clearly explore the environment of this Life Forbidden Zone. After all, this Life Forbidden Zone was no more than 50 kilometers in radius, while Ling Xiao's mountain and river diagrams maximum range was 100 kilometers. Therefore, there was no problem. The world energy here is really rich, whether it's the mountains or the water. It feels like there's a constant flow of world energy here. Too amazing. When the 4 of them landed, Long Hao exclaimed in surprise. Naturally, the world energy in the 2nd stage is 10 times richer than outside, and the world energy here is more than 20 times richer, so one's cultivation speed will definitely be much faster. Ling Xiao nodded. Many thanks for Senior Brother Ling's help. After we leave, I, Long Hao, am willing to sacrifice my life for Senior Brother Ling. Lung Hao suddenly cupped his hands and said very seriously, "It's nothing. I, Ling Xiao, have never been stingy with my friends." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Lung Hao was a genius whose talent did not lose to Ming Tian and was worth nurturing. In the future, he could help guard the Divine Sword sect. After speaking, Ling Xiao took out a refining array stone and then took out some materials he brought from outside and set up a small array around the lake. All right, Long Hao, this array may look simple, but it can definitely prevent you from being detected by level 8 and below. However, for level 8 and above, you can only pray for yourself. Understood. Senior Brother Ling, I will pay attention. After all, I can't always rely on you. Being able to reach the 3rd stage is already lucky. Just hold on a little longer. Lung Hao nodded. All right, you can cultivate now. After Ling Xiao arranged everything, he sent Dai Yuling and Shangguan Lei to a suitable place to cultivate. He believed that these 3 people would have no problem breaking through at a suitable place for them to cultivate. After consuming the fire spirit fruit and the water spirit fruit, coupled with the supreme grade genuine elemental elixir given by Ling Xiao. However, to what extent they could break through, he did not know. At the same time, in a dark underground city dozens of miles away from him. I didn't expect this to be the underground city of the Queen of Spiders. It seems that I, Tantai Lingzi, have good luck. The legendary Queen of Spiders was the Queen of the Spider Kingdom in the Desolation Era. At that time, the Dragon Clan ruled the entire mysterious world, and all the kingdoms were built by the beasts of the Desolation Era. Humans were still in a state of being hunted. The Queen of Spiders was just a queen in the kingdom of beasts. However, her strength was definitely not something that the warriors of today could compare to. Tantai Lingzi had the parasitic spider martial soul. If she could cultivate here, she would benefit a lot even if she could obtain a trace of the Queen of Spiders' aura. She was already at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, so she hoped to raise her cultivation to the Transcendent Realm 9th layer through this cultivation. Of course, the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. However, Tantai Lingzi did not intend to let go of this opportunity. From time to time, she would think of Ling Xiao. If she was afraid because of this little danger, how could she crush Ling Xiao? Chapter 541. Lu Lai, why don't you train with me? Tantai Lingzi instructed Lu Lai before stepping into the pitch-black underground city. Time was of the essence. As time passed, the danger would increase, so she had to make the best use of her time. Tantai Lingzi's luck was pretty good. After entering the third stage, it took her less than 15 minutes to find the cultivation spot of her dreams. However, some people's luck was not as good as hers. Without mentioning Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and Shangguanlei, they had Ling Zhao's help, so their luck was naturally the best. Even Tantai Lingzi could not compare to them. The ones with the worst luck were Wu Yang and Qin Wu. After separating from Tantai Lingzi, the two of them encountered a level 7 vicious beast. Although the two of them worked together to kill the level 7 vicious beast, they were still exhausted. When the two of them were exhausted, they suddenly saw a small boat floating slowly in the air toward them. The boat seemed to be moving slowly, but it arrived in front of them in an instant. On the boat was a person completely wrapped in black clothes. When he lifted the black cloth on his face, Wu Yang and Qin Wu revealed a horrified expression. On the other side, by Feifei and the flame deity's puppet avatar, Wang Nan, were separated. She stood at a crossroad, looking around in confusion, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ling Xiao had finished dealing with Dai Yuling, Shangguanlei, and Long Hao and began to wholeheartedly search for something. He was not in a hurry to cultivate. Previously, his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 7th level, so he needed to stabilize his cultivation base so he could temporarily put aside the cultivation spot. He was more concerned about the third stage, which was known as the Life Forbidden Zone. What was worth visiting? Since he had the map in the Mountain River diagram, it would be a pity not to explore it. He had always suspected that the Moonlight Pagoda was transformed from the Moonlight Fairy's martial spirit. The Moonlight Fairy was once a powerhouse second only to the 12 human immortals of the Sacred Dynasty. She was definitely incomparably powerful. Her martial spirit was clearly extraordinary. This time, when he entered the Moonlight Pagoda, he discovered that the martial soul's interior had a myriad of changes. It could actually appear in such a place out of thin air. This definitely didn't seem like an illusion. It was very likely that it had directly moved in from the outside world. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to get to the bottom of this matter, with Ling Zhao's current cultivation, it was simply impossible for him to do so. Even the Moon Maiden couldn't do it, let alone him. It would only be possible if the Moon Maiden could recover to her peak cultivation level. After all, in the ancient times, yin-yang realm cultivators were nothing more than ants, not to mention grotto heaven realm, and transcendent realm cultivators. In that era, martial artists at the level of Ling Xiao did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Giving up on the unrealistic idea of studying the Moonlight Pagoda, Ling Xiao began to focus on observing the third stage. The cultivation grounds of Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, and Shangguanlei were all places with great fortuitous encounters. However, they were not suitable for him, so he would not return. There was also the place where Tantai Lingzi was, which was the underground city of the Spider Queen. Ling Xiao did not know that Tantai Lingzi was there, but he could see the underground city on the map. This was also not suitable for him. He would give up for now. The next place was actually a huge steel warship stranded on land. He could feel an extremely powerful aura from it, but it was not a trial disciple. This place might also have great fortuitous encounters, but it was too dangerous, so he would give up for now. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He had just entered the third stage for less than a quarter of an hour, and he had only seen less than 1/10 of the map. It would not be too late to make a decision after he finished looking at all the maps. Time moved forward for a while. Outside the Moonlight Pagoda, another day had passed. The pagoda ascension ceremony had been going on for 2 days. Calculating the time, the second stage should have ended. Whoosh! Suddenly, another figure was thrown out of the Moonlight Pagoda. When the higher-ups saw that it was Situ Jun, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Situ Jun was on the list of 50 people, to be honest, no one had much hope for him. As long as it was not by Fei Fei, Tantai Lingzi, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Lung Hao, or Shangguanlei. Situ Jun, what's the situation inside? Sect Master Chang, Yueying asked anxiously. She hoped that the remaining 10 people could pass the second stage. In that case, their results would be better than in the past 1,000 years. Sect Master, when I was eliminated, we had already passed the second stage and were waiting for the third stage to start. Situ Jun did not dare to hide anything and quickly answered, "Wonderful, wonderful." Chang Yueying was overjoyed. The rest of the sect's higher-ups were also overjoyed. Previously, they were worried that all 11 of them might have died in there. After all, the second stage of the Pagoda Ascension ceremony was more difficult than the first stage. However, so many people were eliminated in the first stage, and the second stage was almost over, but no one was eliminated. They could not help but worry. However, Situ Jun's expression was not good. "Sect Master, I have something to report." "Speak. Did Ling Xiao kill you again?" Elder Jean asked before Chang Yueying could. Situ Jun was stunned for a moment, but then he shook his head and said, "No." Although he wanted to frame Ling Xiao, this was a matter of great importance. He could not bear such a big responsibility, so he could only tell the truth. "No? Then what is it?" Elder Jean asked in confusion. The other sect's higher-ups were also confused. "The one who killed me was Wang Nan." Situ Jun explained that Wang Nan is only a third-layer transcendent realm cultivator and is a coward. How could he be your opponent, let alone attack you? You couldn't have been bewitched by that guy Ling Xiao, right? Elder Jean asked. "I dare not hide it from Sect Master. Elders, Wang Nan's situation is a bit strange. His strength seems to be close to that of a half-step heavenly venerable." Situ Jun's words stirred up 1,000 waves. All the higher-ups' expressions changed drastically. Could it be that a variable has appeared in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda? What should we do? Your Highness Moon Maiden, can we stop the trial? Chang Yueying stood up and asked. This queen said that once the Pagoda Ascension ceremony starts, even I can't interfere. Their situation can only be left to fate. The Moon Maiden was also very worried about Ling Xiao, but she had an inexplicable trust in Ling Xiao. The higher-ups who had originally relaxed began to worry again, because if the disciples did not come out, there were only two possibilities. The first was that they had passed, and were working hard to pass the trial. This was, of course, a great thing, and it was the guarantee for the prosperity of Yuehua School. However, there was also the second possibility, and that was that everyone except Sidu Jun was trapped inside, just like the disciple who never came out. This situation was the most troublesome. Moreover, it could cause great losses to Yuehua School. Chapter 542. Inside the Moonlight Pagoda. Ling Xiao was still looking at the map of the third stage on the mountain river diagram. Novel, la, a few minutes had passed. He had already marked a few places on the map, and was ready to go there one by one to check out the situation. It was not easy to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. Of course, he had to try his best to understand this place. The next time he came, the stage might be completely different. Therefore, he had to try his best not to let go of anything that he could get, because perhaps this was his only chance. He tried his best to avoid the more dangerous places. At this moment, as he poured more and more true origin into the mountain river martial soul, clear words appeared on the map. When he clicked on the words with his soul power, some intermittent scenes would appear. Interesting. So, the underground city is the ruins of the Spider Kingdom. Tantai Lingzi and Lu Lai are there. Tantai Lingzi is quite lucky to have found a cultivation place that is most compatible with her martial soul. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh when he clicked on one of the paragraphs. Tantai Lingzi and Lu Lai were walking in the underground city. Although he wanted to go there and destroy Tantai Lingzi's cultivation plan, he gave up in the end. There were two reasons. First, he had his own things to do and did not have the time to do so. Second, which was also the most crucial point, in the process of reaching the underground city, he had to pass through several footholds of powerful, fierce beasts. Unless he transformed into the primordial golden dragon, it would be difficult for him to pass through. The gains would not make up for the losses. Subsequently, he clicked on another paragraph. This was the situation on the steel warship. Wu Yang and Qin Wu had been captured. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He discovered that on the steel battleship, there were actually people wearing jet black cloaks that covered their entire body. Wu Yang and Qin Wu were kneeling there to be judged. These two unlucky fellows are probably finished. He could feel that the owner of the steel warship was at least as strong as the five-faced monster, or even stronger. Wu Yang and Qin Wu would not be able to get away with it. Looks like I have to hurry. Ling Xiao had a feeling that the black-clothed man on the steel warship would be the biggest problem in the third level, so he had to act now. The map had basically been checked out, and the places that could be visited had been marked with symbols. The next thing to do was to use the fastest speed to explore one by one and get the good stuff. In any case, he still had time to cultivate after he went outside. What he needed now was the benefits. One had to know that the third stage had no time limit, and the door to the fourth stage had to be found by oneself. Ling Xiao could take advantage of the fact that it was still relatively safe to hurry up and find the door to the fourth level. Otherwise, every day he delayed would be another day of danger. This was the rule of the third stage. Every day, there would be stronger monsters coming to harass them. Understanding this point, Ling Xiao made up his mind. While exploring all the secret areas in the third level, he was also looking for the door to the fourth level. That was something that even Headmaster Chang, Yue Ying, and the Flame Deity had not been able to do. He felt that it was necessary to give it a try. He believed that the fourth stage, which was the last stage of the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, would have even more generous rewards waiting for him. He might even be able to obtain the inheritance of the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden. That would be a huge profit. He turned around and glanced at Dai Yuling. The girl was concentrating on cultivating. Ling Xiao did not greet her. With a leap, a pair of golden dragon wings spread out from his back as he flew into the distance. With his strength, he was still unable to dominate the third stage. Therefore, he would try his best to avoid the more dangerous places. In any case, with the map of the mountain and river martial spirit, he could easily avoid those powerful fellows. As long as you don't enter their territory, these powerful monsters that guard a certain place won't attack you. Of course, if he encountered a monster that wasn't very strong, he would have to go through a battle. After all, it would be too far to take a detour. Furthermore, for the current Ling Xiao, killing a beast below level 8 was still a very easy task. It didn't take too much time, nor did it consume too much true essence. The monsters in the third stage all had an ancient aura. Although the strongest monster that Ling Xiao had encountered was only a half-step Empyrean, these fellows seemed to have a special array seal on their bodies. Ling Xiao speculated that this might be a huge fortune that the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden had left behind for her descendants before she left. Such a powerful monster was not an illusion, but a real ancient monster, including the black-winged great roc, the giant stone monster, the illusory lady, the 10,000 poison giant python, and the five-faced monster. They were all like this. The ancient monsters had a common characteristic, and that was that they were all extremely large in size. Furthermore, that ancient aura was too obvious. Ling Xiao had the awakened ancient golden dragon in his body, so he could naturally sense this even more. At this moment, the ancient golden dragon in Ling Xiao's body actually opened its eyes and let out a soft roar. This fellow wants the inner core of an ancient monster. Ling Xiao and the ancient golden dragon were telepathically connected, so he naturally knew what this fellow wanted. He hesitated for a moment, then sent the inner core of the five-faced monster he had obtained in the second stage into his mountain river martial soul for the ancient golden dragon to consume. As the ancient golden dragon swallowed the inner core of the five-faced monster, one of the dragon scales on the ancient golden dragon's body actually began to glow. Although it was only about 10% of the light, it was more dazzling than the other scales. Originally, the ancient golden dragon's scales were dull and lifeless, like gold that had lost its luster. But now, one of the scales had about 10% more light. It was extremely resplendent. No wonder I couldn't let the ancient golden dragon become my martial soul. It looks like my strength hasn't recovered enough. Just strengthening my soul isn't enough. My body needs to be strengthened as well. And the symbol of his body's strengthening was the light of the scales. It looked like he couldn't just hide from now on. If he encountered a Class 8 vicious beast, he would kill it. This would help the ancient golden dragon completely recover. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao changed his initial strategy and began to try to kill Class 8 vicious beasts. The first one he faced was a huge man-eating flower. This fellow was over 10 meters tall, and its huge flower disc could probably even swallow a shark, let alone a human. However, Ling Xiao could deal with Class 8 vicious beasts even in his human form. This was a good opportunity to consolidate his cultivation and hone his fighting skills. It was killing two birds with one stone. After killing the huge man-eating flower, he directly threw its inner core to the ancient golden dragon. The light on the scales increased by a little. Seeing that his guess was right, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He was also determined to continue hunting vicious beasts. Chapter 543. Along the way, Ling Xiao had killed another 4 terrifying beasts. 3 of them were level 8 vicious beasts, and the other one had actually broken through the seal on his body. As a result, its strength had soared to the level of a level 9 vicious beast. This fellow was actually a giant elephant. Its body was several hundred meters tall, and as it stood there, it was like a mountain. Ling Xiao almost did not notice it at first. In the end, he relied on his human dragon form to kill it. After the primordial golden dragon consumed the inner core, one of its scales finally lit up completely. It shone with a golden light and looked extremely beautiful. The moment the scale completely lit up, Ling Xiao felt that he should be able to use the power of the primordial golden dragon to fight. However, it could only be used once in a long time. After all, the primordial golden dragon had 108,000 scales on its body, and only one of them had lit up. It was still far from being completely lit up. At most, I'll just treat it as another trump card. Ling Xiao laughed. The more trump cards he had, the more likely he would be able to survive. This was not a bad thing. After the first scale lit up, killing level 8 vicious beasts to obtain the beast core seemed to have no effect anymore. Ling Xiao felt that the gains did not make up for the losses, so he gave up for the time being. He decided to stick to his original plan and head to the secret location to explore. But then again, if not for the fact that the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden had used an array to seal the strength of these monsters, any one of them would have been able to easily destroy the entire Heavenly Dragon continent. This was because these fellows were simply too powerful. Once they recovered, even if their strength was not as strong as the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden from back then, they would not be far off. They were all monsters that could cause earthquakes with just a stomp of their feet. The primordial era was truly powerful. The great desolate era was even more terrifying. The secret of the profound world really made one have the urge to uncover it. Ling Xiao really wanted to know where the human king had gone and why he had never returned. Also, where had the powerful emperors of the sacred dynasty gone? And then there was the true devil lord of the true devil empire. Where did he go? Where did that woman who was able to convince the true devil supreme lord with just a few words come from? There were too many questions, and his head was about to explode. Right now, he was really looking forward to the improvement of his strength. He originally thought that the transcendent realm was already a powerhouse, but now it seemed that he was not even qualified to be an ant. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao no longer thought about it. If he could not solve the problem, it would be useless no matter how much he thought about it. It would be better to follow his previous plan and start exploring the secret area on the map. Asterisk, with a flash, Ling Xiao instantly flew several thousand meters away, arriving before a ball of strange light. This light was a little strange. It was as if through it, one could see the vague silhouettes of people inside. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. This was a little too strange. Maybe this was the key to the 4th stage. There was no array above the light, so it should be open to all the trial disciples. However, other than Ling Xiao, there was probably no one else who could reach this place. The key was that this place was too hidden, and there were many dangers along the way. Even Bai Fei would not dare to barge in. The flame deity's puppet clone was brave, but it was only a puppet clone after all. There were many places it could not enter, such as this place. But so what if he could come? Could it be that Ling Xiao was afraid of him? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated and directly entered the light. After the light, there was a unique place. Between the towering mountains and steep ridges, a bonfire was burning. Sitting beside the bonfire was an old man and a young man, 2 people. In fact, they could not be called people because their figures looked more like Ling Xiao in his dragon form. There were many characteristics that belonged to the dragon clan. Young master, you must be careful when you go to Sky Dragon Mountain this time. The Black Dragon clan that currently controls Sky Dragon Mountain has long had rebellious thoughts. They might collude with the black spirits outside, and escape from the Moonlight Pagoda. It has been so many years. Although the Moonlight Fairy has not appeared again, her aura still permeates the Moonlight Pagoda and protects us. We cannot be ungrateful. The one who spoke was a silver-scaled silver dragon man. He appeared to be very old, and the secret that he spoke of was something that no one outside knew about. The young man was covered in golden scales. He was a golden dragon person, and also a royal member of the dragon clan. Because he was a dragon, it was difficult to judge his age, but he was about the same age as a 14 or 15-year-old human youth. Apart from the golden scales all over his body, he was no different from a handsome young man. The young dragon person smiled and said, "Grandpa Lin, I have heard about the dragon clan and the Moonlight Fairy many times. At that time, there was a great war in the primordial world. The dragon clan was defeated and the human clan won. The human king created a flourishing era where all clans coexisted. However, just as this flourishing era was created, it encountered a threat from the outside world. The myriad races united together to fight against the invaders, but the most terrifying thing is that the human king went missing in this battle. The human race suffered heavy casualties and lost a large amount of precious martial arts and martial soul cultivation methods. Our dragon race was almost completely annihilated. Fortunately, the Moonlight Fairy protected us in the Moonlight Pagoda before she died, saving our dragon clan and allowing us to survive. Young master, it's good that you know. The Moonlight Fairy has done us a favor, but the Black Dragon clan doesn't think so. They want to leave the Moonlight Pagoda and slaughter the descendants of the Moonlight Fairy. We can't sit idly by and do nothing about this." The old man nodded. "Don't worry, Grandpa Lin. I will act accordingly when I go to Black Dragon Mountain. As long as I become the next Dragon Emperor, I will have a way to change the current situation." The young man said, "Young master is wise, but you still have to be wary of those black spirits. Those fellows are the remnants of the invaders from the outside world. They were sealed in the Moonlight Pagoda by the Moonlight Fairy and have long harbored evil intentions. The Black Dragon clan actually wants to cooperate with them. It's simply asking a tiger for its skin." The old man was very pleased with the young man's performance, but he also reminded him, "Young master is the successor of the Golden Dragon clan. The main purpose of this trip to Sky Dragon Mountain is to inherit the inheritance of the Golden Dragon clan. I reckon the Black Dragon clan won't give up the position of Dragon Emperor so easily. You must be careful." "I understand." Although the young man was young, he did not look foolish. His eyes were sharp, as if he was looking forward to something. About 100 meters away from the old man and the young man, there was a bonfire and a strange beast carriage. Chapter 545. Young master, don't worry about old servant's life or death. If there's a chance, run. The old man was obviously prepared to fight to the death, but the other side was too strong, so he didn't know if it would have any effect. I know." Although the young man was panicking, he didn't lose his mind. He understood what the current situation meant, so he absolutely couldn't let down Grandpa Lin's painstaking efforts. A moment later, 3 figures arrived. One of them was General He Luin, who had just left, and the other 2 were actually Transcendent Realm-8th Layer Masters. One was at the mid-Transcendent Realm-8th Layer, while the other was at the late Transcendent Realm-8th Layer. No matter who these 2 were, they were strong enough to kill old Lin in a few moves. "Greetings, your highnesses. In the dragon race, the Dragon Emperor had the greatest authority and strength, followed by the 9 great dragon kings. This had been the case since the Great Desolate Era, so this had been inherited. However, the 9 great dragon kings in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda couldn't be compared to the dragon kings of the Great Desolate Era. The Black Dragon King was one of the 9 great dragon kings and the current Dragon Emperor. He was the Black Dragon King of the Black Dragon clan, the Dragon Emperor of the entire dragon race. The two Black Dragon Kings who had suddenly appeared were the Black Dragon King's uncles, so their status was very high. No need for formalities. Were you discovered on the way? One of the kings who only had a single dragon horn asked. Reporting to your highnesses, of course not. It's just that old Lin is too cunning. He actually guessed that we were going to attack them, so he wanted to escape. Fortunately, your highnesses arrived in time. Otherwise things would have been quite troublesome, Scarface reported. And very good. As long as we weren't discovered, it's fine. Our Black Dragon clan can't be too excessive on the surface. Otherwise, if we annoy the other 8 Dragon Kings, things won't be good. The one-horned king nodded and said with a smile, Interesting. It really is the dragon race, and it seems like they're having internal strife. Ling Xiao had already noticed the situation here, and originally planned to come over to ask for directions, but on the way, he saw something unexpected happen. So he hid and decided to investigate. Although he didn't know the whole story, judging from the current situation, it seemed that the Black Dragon clan was preparing to completely exterminate the Golden Dragon clan. He couldn't allow that. He had awakened the primordial golden dragon, and the blood of the primordial golden dragon flowed in his body. It would be a lie to say that they were completely unrelated. He could ignore other matters, but he really had to do something about the Golden Dragon tribe. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He liked to look for the best opportunity to make a move. If that was the case, he could make the young Golden Dragon even more grateful to him. The following matters would probably be much easier to handle. He couldn't make a move too early or too late. If it was too early, it would seem hasty, and the other party might not necessarily accept it. If he was too late, he might not make it in time. If everyone was killed, there would be no point in making a move. At this moment, he had changed his aura. He was like a weed standing there. No one could sense his existence. Your Highness, what should we do next? General Haloin asked. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, we're going to get rid of them. As long as we kill that Golden Dragon young master, the Golden Dragon clan will cease to exist. Our Black Dragon clan will be able to rule over the entire Dragon clan forever. The one-horned Marquis sneered. Don't let that old guy from the Silver Dragon clan go either. Deal with him as well to avoid trouble. Hearing this, Elder Lin's expression changed drastically. The thing he was most worried about had indeed happened. Run! Elder Lin roared. He grabbed the Golden Dragon young master and fled into the distance. Even if there was a black flame blocking him, he had to do his best to break through it. Scarface blocked his path once again. Get lost! Elder Lin, who was in a rage, roared. One of his hands instantly turned into a dragon claw and slapped over. Scarface wasn't his match and was sent flying while vomiting blood. Idiot! You'll feel better if you obediently accept your death. You actually want to escape in front of me? Dream on! The one-horned Marquis snorted. The black flame suddenly condensed into a dragon's head and pounced toward the young man and the old man. Elder Lin roared. His left hand was still grabbing the Golden Dragon young master. His right hand turned into a dragon claw and struck out in an attempt to shatter the dragon's head. A grain of rice dares to compete with the bright moon. You overestimate yourself. The one-horned Marquis sneered. He increased his chi, and the dragon's head instantly became more solid, as if it was real. Bang! Kacha! Elder Lin's arm was completely shattered, and even his body was sent flying. However, even though he was seriously injured, he still desperately protected the Golden Dragon young master, refusing to let go. Don't you want my life? Don't hurt Grandpa Lin. Seeing Elder Lin seriously injured, the golden dragon young master jumped out and roared. He was young, but his strength wasn't weak. He was already a transcendent realm sixth layer cultivator. However, in front of the one-horned marquis, who was at the late stage of the transcendent realm eighth layer, he was still not worth mentioning. Ha 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 ha, your filial piety is commendable, but you're just a brute. The one-horned marquis laughed wildly and pounced on the golden dragon young master, his black dragon claw instantly grabbing the young man's neck. Dying at the hands of this marquis, you didn't come to this world in vain. Poochie. However, at that moment, a sword light flew over at lightning speed. The one-horned marquis tried to dodge, but the sword light was too fast. There was no time to dodge, or even react. Kacha! One of the one-horned marquis's arms was cut off. At the same time, a huge sword mark appeared on the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 or 2 feet wide. It was a terrifying sight. No, the one-horned marquis let out a miserable howl. He knew very well how tough the dragon race's body was, but he didn't expect a mere sword light to cut off his arm so easily. Who was this person? How could he be so terrifying? Could he be the successor of the Moonlight Fairy? Bastard! Who are you? How dare you attack our black dragon race? The one-horned marquis looked at the newcomer and roared angrily. In his opinion, although the other party's sword skills were powerful, he was just a human. How strong could he be? He guessed that the other party was strong in offense but weak in defense. As long as he dealt with him carefully, there shouldn't be any problems. Ling Xiao ignored him and stood in front of the young man, throwing him a pill and saying, "Take it and give it to your grandfather. It can save his life." He got the pill from the Moonlight Pagoda, and it had a magical healing effect. It was much better than the healing pills, he refined. However, he felt that it was worth it to exchange it for a favor. "Thank you." The young man thanked Ling Xiao, then ran to the old man and fed him the pill. There was no doubt about it, because if this person really wanted to harm them, he wouldn't use such a troublesome method. He could just sit back and watch. They would still die. Chapter 546. Grandpa Lin, are you feeling better? The young man asked anxiously. "I'm fine. What about you, young master?" The young man shook his head and said, "I'm also fine. A mysterious person saved me." Seeing Ling Xiao ignore him, the one-horned duke was furious and roared, "Smelly brat, you're just a trivial human, yet you dare offend our Black Dragon clan? Be careful you don't die without a burial." Scram! After 2 breaths of time. "If I still see you here, I'll kill you without mercy," Ling Xiao said coldly. "Little beast, I think you're tired of living, daring to speak to the Duke like that. I'll kill you right now." Scarface had been injured by Old Man Lin and was still angry, so seeing Ling Xiao act so arrogant, he immediately vented all his anger on Ling Xiao. Scarface's entire body changed, his hands turning into dragon claws, and his head, which was originally 70% humanoid, turned into a dragon's head. With a loud roar, Scarface madly released his true chi and rushed towards Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning, his claws gleaming under the sunlight. Ling Xiao just looked at his opponent indifferently, not even bothering to make a move. His hands were behind his back, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes sharp and domineering. Scarface's claws grabbed Ling Xiao's body, but suddenly his claws shattered like glass. At that moment, Scarface's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. In front of him, it was as if what stood before him was not a human, but a towering mountain, an immovable fortress. Asterisk pung. Asterisk, the terrifying rebounding force flew out from Ling Xiao's body. Scarface didn't even have the chance to react before his entire body exploded into pieces. He couldn't survive at all. Sure enough, after my cultivation broke through, Even my body's defense has become stronger, and the rebound effect of the heavenly dragon golden body is even more terrifying. A transcendent realm sixth layer cultivator like Scarface is no match for me. There's no need for him to even fight. After Ling Zhao's cultivation had greatly improved, he had never faced such an opponent before. This time, he tested the toughness of his body, and sure enough, it was extraordinary. What? When Scarface was killed, the expressions of the two princes of the Black Dragon clan and General Haluan changed greatly. Let's attack him together. This brat is a little strange. The one-horned Marquis saw that the situation was not right. Naturally, he would not let Ling Xiao continue to be arrogant. At this time, he planned to bully him with more people. He didn't believe that two eighth-layer transcendent realm cultivators and a seventh-layer transcendent realm cultivator wouldn't be able to kill this young man. Yes, General Haluan and the other Black Dragon Marquis nodded. They did not feel that there was anything wrong with bullying with numbers. Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. There was no reason to talk about a life and death grudge. As long as he could kill the other party, he would do anything. The three members of the Black Dragon clan formed a triangle and surrounded Ling Xiao. The three of them attacked almost at the same time, but there was still a difference in strength. The one-horned lord's cultivation was obviously the strongest, and his combat experience was much richer than the scar-faced man who had been killed by Ling Xiao. Under his command, the three of them did not immediately approach Ling Xiao. Instead, they opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a ball of dragon extinguish. This was the innate ability of the dragon clan. The Black Dragon clan was a descendant of the ancient Great Earth Dragon. Their dragon extinguish was a black flame of death. It was said that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, this flame of death could even transform into the dark flame of death of the 12 Saint Flames. You really are a member of the Dragon clan. In that case, I shouldn't be afraid of anything in my dragon form in front of you. Ling Xiao smiled. Facing the three of them, it would be difficult for him to deal with them in his human form, but in his dragon form, things were different. You're also a member of the Dragon clan, and a member of the Golden Dragon clan at that. The one-horned lord saw Ling Xiao in his dragon form and could not help but be shocked. He then grit his teeth and said, "Then you must die." "Haha, do you have the ability?" Ling Xiao sneered and spat out a ball of dragon extinguish. Golden Dragon clan's dragon extinguish. You really are a member of the Golden Dragon clan. Boom. Just as the one-horned Marquis shouted, Ling Xiao's dragon's extinguish collided with his. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's dragon's extinguish to be so powerful. It instantly shattered his dragon's extinguish, and the remaining power even hit his body. The impact shook his body, and he almost spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. The one-horned lord hurriedly dodged. At the same time, his body twisted strangely, and a dragon tail that was more than 10 meters long appeared behind him. On the dragon tail, the sharp scales were burning with black flames. It stabbed toward Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He instantly retreated. Not only did he avoid the other two's dragon extinguish, but he also pointed his finger. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. Puff. The Heavenly Dragon Divine finger pierced through the dragon's aura, causing the one-horned lord to roar in pain. Kill. We must kill him. This guy is more difficult to deal with than the Golden Dragon Young Master. We must not let him live, or our Black Dragon clan will be in trouble. Black Dragon form. Seeing that dragon extinguish could not hurt Ling Xiao, General Haluan knew that he had to use his final trump card. He roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, his clothes were torn and his body kept growing. His figure was getting closer and closer to a giant black dragon. The black dragon was more than 10 meters long and more than 10 meters tall. Its huge body stood there like a mountain. If it was outside the Moonlight Pagoda, it would scare many people. However, Ling Zhao's expression did not change. He had also entered the primordial golden dragon form and knew what it felt like to change. However, there was no need to enter that form to deal with this guy. The human dragon form was more than enough. The black dragon's huge claws slapped down, wanting to smash Ling Zhao into meat paste. Ling Zhao raised his hand and blasted out a palm. Golden light flickered on his palm. It was the palm sword with Qi sword attached to it. The small palm blocked the black dragon's huge claws and even cut the scales on the huge claws. General Haluan howled in pain. Dragon strike! General Haluan endured the pain and swung his huge dragon tail at Ling Zhao at a very strange angle. At the same time, his huge black wings flapped, creating a raging wind that wanted to blow Ling Zhao away. What? I wanted to see what kind of dragon clan martial arts, Don't tell me that you only know how to instinctively attack. Like me? Ling Zhao was very disappointed. The reason why he did not immediately kill him was because he wanted to secretly learn some dragon clan martial arts. After all, he could only use his body to attack in his primordial golden dragon form. There was no need to talk about any martial arts. The technical content was too low. Bang! Ling Zhao kicked out with his foot. His foot was also wrapped in the power of Qi sword. Bang bang! Although the black dragon's huge body was too heavy and did not fly away, the bones in his chest caved in. The huge dragon spat out a large amount of dragon blood. Chapter 547. What a waste! Ling Zhao hurriedly stored the dragon blood into the mountain river world. Novel, dragon blood was good stuff. If he soaked it in when he cultivated in the future, coupled with the ice bed, it would definitely be better. Black dragons roar. Seeing that Elder Haluan was holding back Ling Zhao, the other prince took the opportunity to enter his black dragon form. Then, he finally released the dragon clan's martial skill that he had been accumulating for a long time. This was an attack that compressed true Yuan to the extreme. Only the body of a huge beast could make this attack reach the extreme. If the body was too small, there would not be much air entering the body, and the power of the roar would be limited. At that moment, the surrounding earth shook. A terrifying black light shot out from the black dragon's mouth and shot towards Ling Zhao at an extremely fast speed. If he was hit by this thing, even if Ling Zhao had the body of Earth Spirit and the celestial dragon golden body, he would still have to bear the consequences of his body being destroyed. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Ling Zhao's face revealed a pleased smile. Finally, a dragon clan's martial skill came to him. Although it was a very simple martial skill, its power was not weak. At that moment, he transformed into an immemorial golden dragon. Immemorial golden dragons roar. The same move was shot out from the huge golden dragon's mouth. It was a dazzling golden light. The two rays of light collided in midair. It was obvious that Ling Zhao's dragon's roar was stronger. Boom! In an instant, the black light was defeated. The golden light continued forward and pierced through the black dragon's body. Roar! The black dragon fell to the ground and howled in pain. He gradually returned to his human form. The black dragon form probably consumed too much true Yuan. Once injured, he would not be able to maintain this form. Little brother, be careful! The golden dragon youth's voice sounded in Ling Zhao's ears. His voice was hurried and full of concern. This was normal. If Ling Zhao was only human, he would only be grateful. However, Ling Zhao was also a golden dragon and had the aura of an immemorial golden dragon. He was family. Go to hell. Go to hell. It's too late. The one who attacked was the one-horned marquis, who had been the first to be sent flying by Ling Xiao. At this time, he had also entered his black dragon form, because he also felt how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He also thought of the terrible consequences of not killing Ling Xiao. He had to do everything in his power to kill Ling Xiao. Oh no, it's the coiling dragon trap. Elder Lin was completely awake now. When he saw the unicorn marquis move, he couldn't help but sweat for Ling Xiao. Coiling dragon trap was a technique that all divine dragons and dragons were adept at. It wasn't some complicated martial technique. Instead, it used a strong body to coil around the enemy and strangle them to death. No matter if it was a divine dragon or a giant dragon, they all had very long tails and were very strong. Once trapped, unless one's strength was stronger than a dragon's, one would definitely die. Ha ha ha, no one has ever been able to escape from this prince's coiling dragon trap. You can't do it either, not even in your divine dragon form. The one-horned marquis had no idea where his confidence came from. He tightened his tail and laughed loudly. The human language that came out of a giant dragon's mouth was really rough and dull. It didn't sound good at all. Grandpa Lin, what should we do? The golden dragon youth was very worried. Young master, it seems that only I can help him. That young hero's strength is outstanding. He was just caught off guard and couldn't use his strength at all. It would be a pity if he died. Elder Lin struggled to stand up. His body was also slowly changing, as if he was going to enter his silver dragon form. There's no need to do anything. What nonsense is this coiling dragon trap? It's just a trick to trick children. At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice was heard. Then 9 rays of bright golden light shot out from his body and actually disintegrated the giant black dragon's tail. No, my tail, my tail. The one-horned marquis screamed and jumped up. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. At this moment, he had already returned to his humanoid dragon form. Therefore, the 9 meridian chi sword could be used. Previously, when he entered the primordial golden dragon form, he only wanted to test the power of the dragon's roar. It wasn't that he couldn't win. If you love your tail so much, then accompany it to hell. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly revealing the ice dragon sword, and a bright white light flew out. Thunder celestial phenomenon flying snow. A loud boom resounded. The one-horned marquis, who had already lost his composure due to his injuries, was pierced into pieces by the sword, completely turning into a pile of dragon meat. Run! Run! General Black Wheel and the other marquis were heavily injured, but they were not dead yet. Seeing that the one-horned marquis had been killed by Ling Xiao, they did not dare to stay any longer. After returning to his humanoid dragon form, he flapped his dragon wings and was about to escape. Ling Xiao had already made his move. How could he allow any fish to escape the net? 2 sword beams suddenly flew out from behind him, piercing through the throats of the 2 people, leaving behind 2 dead bodies. It was a pity that these 3 fellows did not have any storage rings on them. It was unknown if they were too poor or if they had left them at home. In any case, Ling Xiao searched once, but there was nothing. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Youth and Elder Lin were still immersed in shock. Just now, Ling Xiao had cleanly killed 3 experts from the Black Dragon clan, as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. Too strong. Little brother, you're so powerful. On the other hand, the Golden Dragon Youth recovered first and shouted at Ling Xiao. Elder Lin also came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled the Golden Dragon Youth to kneel on the ground. Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. This old man is Lin Bei, and this is our Golden Dragon clan's young lord, Long Chun. Ling Xiao helped the 2 of them up and laughed. No need to thank me, it's just a small matter. To you, young hero, it's just a small matter. but to the two of us, it's a life-saving grace. We can't thank you enough, but we still need a gift of thanks. I hope young hero won't reject it. Please accept this." Lin Bei was naturally more sensible than the youth Long Chun. Knowing that someone had saved him, regardless of whether there was a relationship or not, gratitude was necessary. There was no point in saying too much. It was more important to look at the gift. What he took out was a crystal that shone with golden light. Gold Spirit Core. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. He had obtained the Earth Spirit Core in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range not long ago. It could also be called the Earth Spirit Core. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, space-time. There were 9 types of core crystals in the mystic world, all of which could be used to temper the body. If all of them were successfully condensed, it would be the strongest 9-spirit body. Ordinary people would be extremely lucky to obtain one of the cores. Therefore, after Ling Xiao condensed the Earth Spirit body, he did not expect to find anything else. He did not expect to see the Gold Spirit Core in this Moonlight Pagoda's 3rd stage. Although this object was much smaller than the Earth Spirit Core from before, the abundant energy was completely enough for Ling Xiao to condense the Gold Spirit body. Of course, after successfully condensing it at this stage, if he wanted to advance to the Heaven Realm, he still needed a large number of cores to strengthen. Otherwise, the spirit body would not be so pure. Chapter 548. A warrior's entire body would undergo a huge change after a super-level upgrade. The current spirit body would not be enough. Therefore, the 9 elemental cores were needed at all times. That's right, it's the Gold Spirit Core. Lin Bei nodded and said, Ling Xiao did not plan to accept the other party's gift, but he changed his mind when he saw that it was the Gold Spirit Core. It was not easy to get this thing, and he might not have the chance to get it again in the future. If he missed this opportunity, he might not get it again. He was not a hypocrite. Since he needed it, he would accept it. Moreover, he was still in the middle of the Moonlight Pagoda's ascension ceremony. This meant that the Gold Spirit Core could be considered one of his opportunities. Other people might have similar opportunities in the secret areas they entered. How could he give it up? Thank you, Elder Lin. I need this kind of thing, so I'll accept it. Ling Xiao took the Gold Spirit Core and put it in his storage ring for the time being. He needed to find a safer place to use it, and now was not the time. Seeing that Ling Xiao had accepted the item, Lin Bei heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, people would think that the one who accepted the item would not have any other thoughts. Little brother, are you also a member of the Golden Dragon tribe? Long Chen asked anxiously. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, My name is Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Yuehua school. I only inherited some of the Golden Dragon tribe's bloodline, so I can't be considered a member of the Golden Dragon tribe. I can barely be considered half of one. He had heard some of the conversation between the young man and the old man. He knew that the two of them were very friendly to the disciples of the Yuehua school, so there was nothing wrong with saying it. Long Chun and Lin Bei looked at each other, and both of them were overjoyed. I didn't expect that the successor of the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden would enter the land of the dragons. This is great. The conspiracy of the Black Dragon tribe and the Black Spirit race can be dissolved. Lin Bei said excitedly, Can you tell me more about it? Ling Xiao had only heard a few words before, so he was not very clear about the whole process. Lin Bei briefly described the situation to Ling Xiao, and finally said, That's it, young hero Ling. You must not let the Black Dragon tribe and the Black Spirit race leave the Moonlight Pagoda. Otherwise, the Yuehua school and even the entire Heavenly Dragon continent will be in trouble. Ling Xiao nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, Have you guys never thought of going out? Of course we've fought black spirit races. Lin Bei said. But if I say it, you guys are too weak black spirit race. But to be honest, you're too weak. But if you go, you're S's. The dragon clan in the Moonlight Pagoda was completely incomparable to the primeval age. They were even inferior to the Yuehua sect. If they really went out, they would probably be exterminated by those ancient martial art practitioners. After all, the Black Dragon tribe was full of treasures. We can completely transform into human form. We're no different from humans. Long Chen said hurriedly. It was obvious that this young man wanted to go out. After all, the Moonlight Pagoda was only so big. It was not as exciting as the outside world. Moreover, we can't cultivate the Black Dragon tribe's martial arts in the Moonlight Pagoda. That's why we're so weak. Only by going out can we continue to grow stronger. The Divine Sword sect flashed in Ling Zhao's mind. If Long Chun could lead the Black Dragon tribe to join the Divine Sword sect, it would be a great help to him. Let's talk about this later. If we can destroy the conspiracy of the Black Spirit race and the Black Dragon tribe, I'll try my best to bring you guys out. Outside, you have to listen to me. Is that okay? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Long Chen replied. Lin Bei also nodded. Although he was a little hesitant, Ling Xiao was the only person to enter the land of the dragons for nearly 100,000 years. Moreover, he had the bloodline of the ancient golden dragon. If he did not trust him, who else could he trust? If that's the case, let's go together. Celestial Dragon Mountain. As its name suggested, the entire mountain range looked like a group of dragons guarding it. It was very majestic. This place was also known as the Dragon Emperor Mountain. That was because the Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon tribe lived here. Moreover, this was where the Dragon Palace was located. Back then, Long Chen's father also lived here. Unfortunately, he was assassinated by the Black Dragon King and took over the position of the Dragon Emperor. Although many Dragonians knew this fact, the Black Dragon King was too powerful. Moreover, he had colluded with the Black Spirit race. Almost no one dared to provoke him. Of course, the Black Dragon King knew how to conduct himself. He did not massacre the rest of the Black Dragon tribe. Instead, he used the strategy of bribing and pacifying them. As such, there would not be too many Dragonians who would resist him. There was only one road to the Dragon Palace. It was winding and there were many checkpoints set up. Along the way, there were many people. Most of them were Dragonians of various races. It was said that the Black Dragon tribe did not like the human form. The reason why they stayed in the human form was purely because this form was more suitable for living and could save more true origin. During the primordial age, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was abundant. Even with a huge body, one did not have to worry about the consumption of spiritual energy. There was also plenty of food. However, the Moonlight Pagoda was only a small space after all. If one continued to live here with such a huge body, they would definitely starve to death. Little brother, Celestial Dragon Mountain is in front. It is basically controlled by the Black Dragon tribe now. Long Chun pointed in the direction of Celestial Dragon Mountain and said, Yeah. Ling Xiao nodded. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the entire ground suddenly shook violently. Strong winds blew on both sides of the road. In the forest, there were constant cries and roars of beasts. Vaguely, one could hear the footsteps of huge monsters and the loud sounds of trees breaking and collapsing. What happened? Someone dares to cause trouble near Celestial Dragon Mountain? This aura is so terrifying. The pedestrians stopped. Some lay on the ground, some squatted on the ground and held their heads. Some were ready for battle. They looked around vigilantly with a serious face. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. he released a true origin ball and could clearly sense that there was a huge humanoid monster in the dense forest. It had a single eye and looked very terrifying. A beast, and it's actually a peak level 8 beast. Before he could finish his sentence, the huge monster suddenly jumped up and landed in the middle of the road. Fortunately, this celestial dragon mountain had a special restriction. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. A Cyclops beast, a peak level 8 Cyclops beast. Oh my God, how can it be so powerful? We can't be its match. Why would such a monster appear at the foot of Celestial Dragon Mountain? Wasn't the Cyclops beast tamed by the Black Dragon tribe? As they got closer, Ling Xiao could see more clearly. Chapter 549. The one-eyed giant beast was still holding a huge rock in its hands. It was basically a small mountain. If it were to throw it down, it would definitely smash thousands of people to death. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Don't block the way, lest you disturb my pet's search for food. He didn't notice that there was actually a person sitting on the shoulder of the one-eyed giant beast. It was a man in his 20s covered in shiny black scales and wearing a strange crown on his head. Young Hero Ling, please don't do anything. That should be the only son of the Black Dragon King, the Black Dragon Young Lord. Seeing that Ling Xiao had the intention to make a move, Lin Bei anxiously tugged at his sleeve and reminded him, "This time, we are mainly here to destroy the conspiracy of the Black Dragon clan and He Ling. We absolutely cannot fight them head-on. Without strength, dissolving the conspiracy is a joke." Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "But don't worry, I won't kill that Black Dragon Young Lord. But this big guy, that might not be the case." While they were talking, the one-eyed giant beast actually smashed the huge rock in its hand towards the ground. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and immediately soared into the air, throwing a punch at the huge rock. A golden halo flashed violently, and the light of the chi sword wrapped around his entire fist. Boom! The huge rock exploded in the air above the main road, and debris flew in all directions. Ling Xiao was pushed back more than 3 meters. The one-eyed giant beast's strength was truly terrifying. It was obviously above his. It had at least 20 to 30,000 kilograms of strength. In terms of pure strength, he was at most 10,000 kilograms. But even so, the battle was not all about strength. The one-eyed giant beast was obviously not feeling well either. A strange energy came from its arms, causing its entire body to tremble and its head to feel dizzy. "Looks like if I want to kill this guy, I have to use a sword." Ling Xiao summoned his ice dragon sword and then thrust it out 3 times in a row using the congealing water from the snow lotus sword arts. For a moment, 3 parts of the one-eyed giant beast's body were frozen by ice crystals, and its movements became sluggish. For the time being, it was impossible for it to threaten the rest of the people on the main road. Those were all from the Dragon Clan. Since Ling Xiao wanted to bring the Dragon Clan out of the Moonlight Pagoda and let them join the Divine Sword sect, then he had to let these people know how powerful he was and how great he was. If he didn't save them, he would probably be scolded to death. "All of you, hide behind me," in order to show the weight of his words. Of course, 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 of course. It was the Wei Long and Lin's way. And killing the Cyclops behemoth shouldn't be difficult for him, especially after he entered his human dragon form. He was almost certain that he would succeed. Roar, the one-eyed giant beast. Giant beast, there was actually such a little thing that dared to attack it, which made it extremely angry. Boom. The earth spirit energy from the ground actually started to emerge and condense with the one-eyed giant beast's true essence. In its single eye, it formed a resplendent light. Then, the light shot towards Ling Xiao, like a laser. Dragons roar. Ling Xiao did not use his sword. Instead, He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of golden flames, directly colliding with the white light. The golden light instantly engulfed the white light, and then directly shot towards the one-eyed giant beast's single eye. Roar. The one-eyed giant beast covered its single eye in pain, continuously letting out soul-shaking screams. The intense sound waves actually formed a gale, blowing the nearby trees until they were all whistling. Some of the weaker trees were even directly broken. So strong, he can actually use the dragon's roar in his dragon form. This is something that only experts at the Dragon King level can use, right? It's indeed too powerful. That's a peak level 8 beast, yet it was completely suppressed by him. Where did this person come from? I don't know, but he seems to be a member of the Golden Dragon clan. The Golden Dragon clan suffered a lot of misfortune, so it's rare to see such a genius surviving. The old Dragon Emperor should be relieved in the underworld. It's rare that this young man is as righteous as the old Dragon Emperor. If it weren't for him, all of us would have died. Yeah, the Black Dragon Young Master is too hateful. He's simply condoning his pet to commit murder. Shuh, don't talk nonsense. That's the Black Dragon Young Master. We can't afford to offend him. Among the crowd, the strongest was only at the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. Against a peak level 8 beast, they naturally had no power to resist. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao's appearance and battle had shocked them so much. They were also very impressed. However, the one-eyed giant beast was a descendant of an ancient beast, and a pure-blooded one at that, unlike the hybrids in the outside world. Although the Moonlight Pagoda limited its talent and potential, it was impossible for it to be defeated so easily. It still had a very strong combat ability. The one-eyed giant beast was frightened, but it still has hands and feet. The one-eyed giant beast roared and directly swung its hands towards Ling Xiao. The Black Dragon Young Master seemed to be pointing out the direction for it. No wonder this big guy was aiming at Ling Xiao. Celestial Wind, Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. Ling Xiao did not dodge and directly pointed his finger. Combined with the power of Celestial Wind, the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger produced a strange effect, like an inverted tornado, completely enveloping the one-eyed giant beast's hands. Asterisk cha, cha, cha. Asterisk before the one-eyed giant beast's attack arrived. Its hands seemed to have been cut by countless knives, leaving behind only bones and pieces of flesh. Blood dripped down. Die. Ling Xiao suddenly used the Cloud Dragon Divine Leap and soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed, the Ice Dragon sword in his hand condensing the true chi needed for the ice storm. He wanted to use this attack to completely kill the one-eyed giant beast. Stop! You dare to let this young master's pet? Are you tired of living? Finally, the Black Dragon Young Master opened his mouth. After fighting for a long time, it was obvious that the one-eyed giant beast had suffered a huge loss. Could Ling Xiao stop now? Could he listen to him? Of course not, since he wanted to show off his might to the Black Dragon clan and show off his strength. He could not stop his attack just because of a single sentence from the Black Dragon Young Master. Ice Storm. The Ice Dragon sword in his hand pierced out without hesitation. The terrifying ice storm engulfed the entire one-eyed giant beast. The wind raged, and the one-eyed giant beast turned into a huge ice sculpture in an instant. A moment later, the ice sculpture crumbled and turned into pieces on the ground. Bastard, you actually dare to hit this young master? The Black Dragon Young Master still had some ability. He hurriedly escaped before Ling Xiao's ice storm arrived. Of course, this was also because Ling Xiao did not plan to kill him. Otherwise, his cultivation was not even as strong as the one-eyed giant beast, and Ling Xiao would be able to kill him if he wanted to. So what if I hit you? If I kill you, I guarantee that the Black Dragon King won't be able to do anything to me. Ling Xiao had already inquired about it. In the dragon clan, the strongest was only a half-step Empyrean. Chapter 5:50. The Black Dragon King was a half-step heavenly venerable who had accumulated 10% of his strength, so he was weaker than by Feifei and couldn't compare to the five-faced monster. Lathe rest were mostly cultivators below the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Of course, only the Dragon Kings were in the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, while the rest were below the 8th layer. To be honest, for the current Ling Xiao, in his human form, cultivators below the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer were almost no threat to him. Only those above the mid-Transcendent Realm 9th layer could pose a threat to him. But even so, no one could do anything to him. Not to mention, he still had his human dragon form, ancient golden dragon form, mountain river martial spirit, and many other trump cards. Because of this, he could do whatever he wanted in the land of dragons. If he really killed the Black Dragon Young Master, the Black Dragon King wouldn't be able to do anything to him. How dare you be so arrogant? Although the Black Dragon Young Master said so, he was very afraid of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao could kill the Cyclops, he could definitely kill him. The reason why he was so arrogant just now was because he thought Ling Xiao would be afraid of his father, the Black Dragon King. But obviously, he was disappointed again. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all, and he didn't even put his father, the Black Dragon King, in his eyes. This was too arrogant. Arrogant when the Black Dragon King assassinated the old Dragon Emperor and massacred the Golden Dragon clan. He was even more arrogant than me. Ling Xiao sneered. You, don't talk nonsense. The Black Dragon Young Master shouted. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you'll know when you ask your father. Go back and tell the Black Dragon King that the Golden Dragon clan's young master is here. Does a trivial black dragon like him deserve the position of Dragon Emperor? Quickly abdicate, and you can still live. Ling Xiao didn't plan to kill the Black Dragon Young Master. This kind of trash could be killed whenever he wanted. The key was still the Black Dragon King. After all, that guy was a half-step, heavenly venerable, and was not easy to deal with. He made such a big fuss because he wanted to let the other dragons know about this matter. This way, those dragons who were afraid of the Black Dragon King and didn't dare to speak the truth might stand up or take the initiative to contact him. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to kill the Black Dragon King or defeat him. Otherwise, it would be impossible. In the end, it was all about strength. The strong were respected, whether it was outside the Moonlight Pagoda or inside the Moonlight Pagoda, it made no difference. Just you wait. The Black Dragon Young Master turned and ran up Sky Dragon Mountain. Before he left behind some harsh words. However, Ling Xiao just laughed it off. Wait and see. With this kind of behavior, Young Master will wait for you. Welcome, Young Master Dragon Emperor. After Ling Xiao landed on the ground, before he could say anything, all the pedestrians suddenly knelt down and shouted at him. Just as he was about to explain, Elder Lin stopped him. Young Hero Ling, you also have the bloodline of the Golden Dragon tribe. Why don't you just be the young master? Long Chen is young and his strength is far from yours. Why don't you lead the dragon tribe? It will be more convincing and reassuring. Do you really think so? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Lin Bei nodded and said, This old servant dares not speak carelessly. Moreover, this old servant has his own selfish motives. Young Master is young. If he offends the Black Dragon tribe, I'm afraid he will die without a burial place. Young Hero Ling's strength is outstanding. I don't think you are afraid. All right, then let me pretend to be the young Master Dragon Emperor for the time being. However, when Long Chun is strong, I will return it to him. Ling Xiao was not attached to the position of the Dragon Emperor. He just felt that this young Master Dragon Emperor would be more beneficial to him. So he did not object. "Thank you, young Hero Ling. No, thank you, young Master Ling. You don't have to be so polite. I will be resting for a while. Contact me when you reach the Dragon Palace." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he got into the beast carriage. Through the battle just now, he was more proficient in the Dragon Clan's roar, the Dragon Clan's martial skill. This martial skill was very special. It belonged to the Dragon Clan's innate martial skill. It did not have a rank and was mainly used in conjunction with Dragon Extinguish. The ancient Golden Dragon's Dragon Extinguish was a fusion of the other 9 ancient Divine Dragons' Dragon Extinguish. There were a total of 12 Dragon Extinguish. In addition to the 9 ancient Divine Dragons' Dragon Extinguish, the other 3 were unique to the Dragon Emperor, which added up to 12 types. Interestingly, these 12 types of Dragon Extinguish corresponded to the 12 sacred flames. There was a rumor in the mystic world that the 12 sacred flames were originally formed from the 12 types of Dragon Extinguish over hundreds of thousands of years. The dragon roar that Ling Xiao was using now was not authentic at all. This was a dragon roar that was released with his true essence, not Dragon Extinguish. If he wanted to cultivate a more authentic dragon's roar, he would have to possess the true dragon's breath flame. He thought about it and prepared to start with the Black Dragon Clan's Deathly Dragon Extinguish. At the current stage, the Deathly Dragon Extinguish was only the Deathly Flame. Only when it was promoted to the highest level would it become the Deathly Dark Flame. However, Ling Xiao had a little Deathly Dark Flame in his body. It was easier to condense the Deathly Dragon Extinguish than other Dragon Extinguish. And the key was that he knew that the Deathly Dark Flame martial soul was in the flame deity's hands. He must defeat this person, and that Deathly Dark Flame martial soul would be his sooner or later. In this way, his Deathly Dragon Extinguish would be strengthened the fastest. Choosing the Deathly Dragon Extinguish was simply a great thing for him to get twice the result with half the effort. Sitting cross-legged in the beast carriage, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. After a moment of communication, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth. Deathly Dragon Extinguish, condense. In that instant, the air in the beast carriage started to distort. The originally transparent air actually turned black in an instant. The black energy continued to distort and finally formed a black ball of light. This terrifying and overbearing energy continued to spread and quickly enveloped the entire beast carriage. Lin Bei and Long Chun, who were close to the beast carriage, couldn't help but shiver. Disperse! Dispelling the deathly dragon roar. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect it to be so easy. In future battles, I have another trump card. This time, I came to the Moonlight Pagoda to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Next, it's time to continue strengthening this Deathly Dragon Extinguish. He could imagine suddenly opening his mouth to release the Deathly Dragon roar when he was fighting with an enemy and couldn't finish the battle with both hands. At a closer distance, it would definitely be able to blast the enemy into pieces. The Dragon Clan's martial skills that used their mouths were really interesting. Moreover, this Deathly Dragon Roar was a martial skill without a rank. In other words, it would continuously become stronger as Ling Xiao's strength increased. Even if he used it for a lifetime, it wouldn't be eliminated. This was definitely one of the best things he could do. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the window outside. "Little brother, we've arrived at the Dragon Palace City. Should we go directly to the Black Dragon King or find a place to stay?" Long Chen's voice came from outside. "Let's find a place to stay." Chapter 5:51. Although the dragon race had declined, they didn't lose their luxuries. They didn't throw away the luxuries of the former kings. La, declining aristocrat, was still an aristocrat. In terms of luxury, this dragon palace was 100 times better than Tianfeng City. This place is not bad, but for us, I'm afraid it's a dangerous place. Ling Xiao said as he walked. The two of you have to be careful as well. The Black Dragon clan might not dare to attack you in the open, but that might not be the case behind your backs. After all, they are lunatics who even dared to assassinate the old Dragon Emperor. It is not impossible for them to kill you. Young Master Ling, don't worry. We will be careful. But you angered the Black Dragon, young master. With that guy's temper, I'm afraid he won't let you off easily. Lin Bei said worriedly. I'm afraid he won't come. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, we came to Tianlong Mountain. The first thing we have to do is to make a big deal out of it. Then we will destroy the power and spirit of the Black Dragon clan step by step, and let the rest of the Dragon clan see hope. I see, but the Black Dragon clan colluded with He Ling. I'm afraid He Ling will take action. Lin Bei said again. If He Ling takes action, it will confirm the fact that they colluded with He Ling. At that time, it will save us a lot of trouble. To be honest, Ling Xiao was still very afraid of He Ling, because according to Lin Bei, the black-clothed man he saw on the steel warship outside the Land of Dragons was He Ling. It was a group of terrifying creatures that did not belong to the mystic world. They were more mysterious and powerful than the true Devil Empire. The black-clothed man on the steel warship was the strongest in the heaven realm. If he really took action, Ling Xiao was afraid that he would have no choice but to ask the Moon Maiden for help. After all, at this stage, a heaven realm expert was really not someone he could provoke. The three of them walked into a restaurant and chose 2 rooms to stay in. You two just need to protect yourselves. No matter what happens in my room, don't interfere. Otherwise, it will only make things more difficult for me. Understand? Ling Xiao knew very well that if he swaggered into the restaurant, someone would definitely come to find trouble with him at night. But he just had to wait. There was nothing to be afraid of. This old servant understands. Lin Bei was a very rational person. He knew very well that he could not help Ling Xiao. Instead of causing trouble, it was better to protect himself. Both parties returned to their respective rooms. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace, 3 people were standing in the conference hall of Dragon Emperor. One of them was a tall man with a crown on his head and a dragon robe on his body. He was the Black Dragon King, the one who stole the throne of the Dragon Emperor. The second person was skinny. His whole body was wrapped in black clothes. His face and limbs couldn't be seen clearly. He was like a ghost. He was a member of the Black Spirit Organization. The third person's appearance was 80% similar to the Black Dragon King, but his figure was slightly thinner. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, and killing intent constantly flashed in his eyes. Ao Tian, I heard that you met the person who killed your 2 royal uncles and General Blackwheel. The Black Dragon King coldly asked. Long Outyin nodded and said, Father, this person is very powerful. The Cyclops beast was a peak class 8 beast, but he killed it so easily. I see. Do you think that guy is from the Golden Dragon clan? Black Spirit asked. Very likely. That guy has a strong aura of the Golden Dragon clan. It shouldn't be wrong. Long Outyin nodded and replied, Humph. I didn't expect that there are still 2 surviving members of the Golden Dragon clan. I was too careless. The Black Dragon King coldly snorted and suddenly looked at Long Outyin. Next, don't go out anymore. The Black Spirit Organization has found a way to break the seal of the Moonlight Maiden. Although it can only break a little of the seal, it is very effective in increasing your strength. Once the seal is completely broken, even a newborn dragon will have the strength of a celestial being. although it can only break a little, with your talent, your cultivation can at least reach the half-step heavenly master level. Really? Long Aotian was overjoyed. Of course. Black Spirit said in a hoarse voice, "It will take some time to break the seal. I don't want any trouble in the process." Black Dragon King, the two guys from the Golden Dragon clan are clearly coming for you. Kill them. Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I will still kill them. Moreover, in the current Dragon clan, not all Dragon Kings are willing to let the Golden Dragon clan kill them. At the very least, the Poison Dragon King is on the same side as me. She is also a Dragon clan expert, second only to me. The Black Dragon King sneered. Mere surviving members of the Golden Dragon clan actually want to dominate. What a joke. They are courting death. It's not that I am ruthless. The night was hazy. The lights of thousands of homes were already lit, but they still couldn't drive away the darkness. In the guest room of the restaurant, Long Chun and Lin Bei had already hidden. Ling Xiao was cultivating. Because he was worried that something would happen at night, he didn't engage in high-intensity cultivation. He just consolidated his current cultivation and martial arts. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by outside the door. Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice it. A small hole was poked in the window paper. A pipe reached in, and then white smoke came out. Ling Xiao's body swayed, and then fell on the bed. After a long time, as if confirming that Ling Xiao had fainted inside the room, the door was pushed open with a creak. Several black-clothed people walked in from outside. With their skills, it was very easy to hide from the people of the restaurant. Ha ha, so what if this brat is strong? He was still tricked by us. That's right. He actually dared to offend our young master. He is courting death. Don't underestimate the enemy. Let this old man try and see if he really fainted. One of the old men was relatively fat. This person was very cautious. He stopped the two people who were about to approach the bed. Then he suddenly slapped out a palm. Immediately, a black dragon head condensed and pounced toward the person on the bed. Kacha! The dragon had bit Ling Xiao and then swallowed him. Ha ha ha! Success! Retreat! The old man laughed loudly. His mood was clearly extremely good. Since you came, why are you in a hurry to leave? Suddenly, a cold and mysterious voice sounded. The fat old man suddenly realized that the person beside him had fallen to the ground and vomited blood. There was a sharp blade in his chest. Not good. Retreat. The fat old man shouted and hurriedly punched out, trying to stop Ling Xiao. The power of the fist technique is not bad. Unfortunately, it's useless. 9 meridians chi sword between the soul. A chi sword pierced toward the dragon head. Suddenly, a golden light shone in the entire room. In an instant, a terrifying pressure accompanied the chi sword pierced through the dragon head condensed by vital essence and stabbed toward the fat old man. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and the restaurant, which covered an area of more than 10 acres, actually shook and almost collapsed. In the guest room next door, Long Chun anxiously looked at Lin Bei beside him. Lin Bei shook his head at him. Ling Zhao's strength was so strong. If he was still not a match for the newcomer, then even if the two of them went, it would be useless. Instead, they would become a burden. Many people understood this logic, but they might not be able to be rational. Chapter 552. Little bastard, you have some skills. The fat old man looked at his broken black scales, and his face was filled with rage. His hands turned into dragon claws and suddenly extended, grabbing at Ling Xiao, vowing to crush Ling Xiao into meat paste. He came to assassinate others, but was killed first. This made the fat old man lose face, and he could not explain it to the Black Dragon King. That was why he was so angry. Insignificant skill. Ling Xiao sneered, and his body suddenly accelerated, and the two dragon claws grabbed empty air. Looking at Ling Xiao again, he was already in front of the fat old man, and a 1-foot-long chi sword formed in his right hand, shining with a bright golden light. It was sharp and terrifying. How can he be so fast? The fat old man was shocked. In a hurry, he did not have time to retract his arms, and the scales on his body grew crazily like a hedgehog wrapping his whole body. The scales were upside down, and each one was like a sharp blade. True yuan surged on them, and they were burning with black flames. If anyone attacked directly, it was tantamount to suicide. But Ling Xiao did not believe it. Kacha-kacha! As Ling Xiao's chi sword pierced the scales cracked layer by layer like pottery. Finally, the chi sword pierced through the black dragon scales and directly pierced the fat old man's body. The fat old man exclaimed, and his body kept retreating. He fell out of the guest room of the restaurant and landed heavily on the ground. His body was covered in blood. He had avoided a vital point, but Ling Xiao's chi sword true essence was no joke. After wreaking havoc for a while, he would naturally still suffer heavy injuries. Puff, puff. The other two black dragon martial artists who entered the guest room were killed by Ling Xiao. Their strength was far inferior to the fat old man, and in front of Ling Xiao, they had no chance of fighting back. Bang, bang, bang. 3 corpses were thrown out, and they landed right next to the fat old man. Whoosh! Ling Xiao's body flashed, and he chased after them. Since the matter was already blown out of proportion, he might as well turn it upside down. Lin Bei and Long Chun watched the battle next door through a small hole, and they were shocked. In this battle, the opponents did not even touch Ling Xiao, and 3 of them were killed, and 1 was seriously injured. The 2 of them looked at each other, and their belief in Ling Xiao as the Golden Dragon clan's young master was strengthened. If they could not revive the Dragon clan with the help of such an expert, then it meant that the clan's luck were really gone. Outside the restaurant was brightly lit. The night market of Dragon Palace City was still bustling. Compared to the daytime market, it was even more bustling. Compared to the night market in Tianfeng City, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. The fat old man being shot down on the street naturally attracted the attention of many people. Among them was the Black Dragon Clan's patrol. The fat old man took off his veil and revealed his true face. Bastard, what are you still standing there for? Come and protect this king. He was seriously injured and knew that he was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. Escaping was impossible, so he might as well use the patrol to help him fight. In any case, the plan to assassinate Ling Xiao was arranged by the Black Dragon King. 9th King, how did you end up like this? A group of guards quickly surrounded the fat old man, none of them weak, each of them having a cultivation at the 7th layer of the transcendent realm. Assassin! An assassin wants to assassinate His Highness Dragon Emperor. The fat old man shouted. As soon as he shouted, many cultivators rushed over. Someone actually dares to cause trouble in Dragon Palace City. They're really courting death. Protect 9th King. I want to see who has such courage. The one who spoke was a guard captain, a peak 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator. Captain, it's best to be careful. The person who can injure 9th King is definitely not someone to be underestimated. We should immediately send a distress signal to Dragon Palace. Perhaps they can stop this person. You're right. Thinking so, the guard captain felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly took out a signal flare and released it. When Ling Xiao came out, he naturally saw the signal flare, but he didn't stop it. The more people who knew about today's matter, the better. He couldn't wait for the Black Dragon King to come out of Dragon Palace. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to assassinate the Dragon Emperor. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. In midair, Ling Zhao's fists flashed with golden light, and a sword of qi condensed on each of his fists, directly piercing towards the fat old man, who was surrounded by the guards. This sword seemed to directly pierce through the void. It even drew in the surrounding world energy. It was as if a huge, sharp blade was stabbing towards them, causing the guards to feel as if their bodies were being cut by knives. Audacious! Where did this madman come from? How dare he assassinate Ninth King in Dragon Palace City? Are you tired of living? Stop! We can't! This brat won't stop. Let's join forces to stop him. As long as the masters of Dragon Palace come, this brat will die. Ninth King, are you still able to move? The Black Dragon King had been on the throne for over 100 years, so everyone in Dragon Palace City was basically his people. These guards were the same. Regardless of whether they were right or wrong, whoever dared to attack Ninth King was naturally an enemy of the Black Dragon clan. Naturally, they had to stop them, and they had to stop them. Otherwise, once Lord Zhou died, they would all die. Get out of the way. We'll take over. Suddenly, 4 figures flew over from the distance, all of them transcendent realm 8th layer cultivators. The masters of Dragon Palace are here. The guards all breathed a sigh of relief. If they had to face such a ferocious guy, it would have been difficult. Now that 4 transcendent realm masters had arrived, the problem was much simpler. 4 transcendent realm 8th layer cultivators, 2 mid-transcendent realm 8th layer, late transcendent realm. If they weren't generals, they were kings. In any case, their combined strength was no small matter. Ling Xiao had just flown out of the restaurant and hadn't condensed any powerful moves yet, but his fist and sword were actually blocked by these 4 people. However, all they managed to do was block his attack. Ling Xiao slowly landed on the ground, as if he hadn't suffered a single blow. On the other hand, the 4 transcendent realm 8th layer masters were all forced back more than a dozen steps, only stopping after they had retreated into the crowd of guards, all of them wearing ugly expressions. This little brat is terrifyingly strong. No wonder he dares act so arrogant. The 4 transcendent realm masters all had the same thought in their minds. Whether this young man was a master or not, and how strong he was, once they fought, everything would be clear. Seeing helpers arrive, the fat old man was overjoyed, and after a short moment of healing, with the Dragon Clan's restorative ability and the effects of the pills he had taken, he was almost completely healed, allowing him to once again show off. The 4 of you, this little brat, tried to assassinate the Dragon Emperor, but I saw through his plot and decided to kill him to silence him. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered the same fate as these 3 brothers. The 4 transcendent realm masters didn't doubt the fat old man's words and didn't even ask why the 3 corpses lying on the ground had their faces covered and were wearing night clothes. Chapter 553. Who on earth was the assassin? The masters from the Dragon Palace would not ask or care about this question, because whoever dared to touch the Black Dragon tribe would die. This was the law that the Black Dragon King had told them. One of them looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Thief, your strength is indeed strong, but there are many masters in the Dragon Palace. If you want to make trouble with your own strength, you are asking for trouble. It's better to obediently tie your hands and kneel down to beg for mercy." That's right. If you surrender, I might spare your pathetic life. If you don't obey, we will destroy your cultivation, cut off all the tendons in your hands and feet, and throw you into the nest of the Cyclops to feed. Hey, little guy, our dragon tribe has always been fair. Make a choice quickly. Do you want to destroy your own martial arts or wait for us to do it? Those 4 people spoke one after another, completely treating Ling Xiao as if he was nothing. Yes, Ling Xiao was indeed strong, but not strong enough to defy nature. So the 4 of them were naturally not afraid. 1-on-1 was not enough. 4 against 1 was not enough. Then 5 against 1. 10 against 1. if the whole dragon palace attacked? Would this guy still have a way to survive? They relied on the forces behind them, not their own strength. Are you done talking nonsense? If not, I can give you some time. If not, call your Black Dragon King to chat with us. Anyway, you will die today. If you don't talk today, there will be no chance in the future. Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent, as if he did not hear the words of the four people at all. His voice was cold. If there was an expert in the celestial realm in the Dragon Palace, he would not dare to act recklessly. After killing these guys, he would simply slip away. However, a half-step heavenly master who had accumulated 10% of his strength wanted to keep him here? It was completely impossible. In his eyes, those who dared to make a move against him were already dead. The fat elder sneered and said, "Death is at hand, and you still dare to speak without thinking. I have seen arrogant people like you before, but in the end, you were still killed by us, kneeling in front of us and begging for mercy." "Oh, is that so? Then I'll make you kneel first." A playful smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. Then, his true yuan gushed out crazily as he directly entered the human dragon form. The death dragon's extinguishment condensed in his mouth, and a black ball of light instantly took shape. Rumble! With the black sphere as the center, the surrounding air was actually distorted and deformed, forming a huge spiral shape that directly affected the surrounding environment. The ground began to crack, rolling up like noodles. The buildings began to collapse, and they were also easily broken like noodles. Countless onlookers were frightened by this terrifying scene and fled into the distance. They did not dare to look at such a lively scene, or they might lose their lives. For a moment, the streets were filled with shouts, roars, curses, and the sounds of people using lightness skills. Black Dragon Roar, Dragon Strike, Coiling Dragon Trap, Death Dragon Claw, Black Dragon spreads its wings. 5 people, 5 unique skills, 5 huge black dragons appeared on the streets at the same time. Fortunately, the Dragon Palace city was built according to the body of the Dragon Clan, so the streets were very wide. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate them. Facing Ling Zhao's attack, the 4 experts and the fat old man did not dare to be careless. They desperately displayed their best skills and attacked Ling Zhao at the same time. Death Dragon's extinguishment, Dragon's Roar. The black sphere in Ling Zhao's mouth turned into a black light and shot toward the 5 people, completely enveloping them. Rumble! The ground was trembling. The collapse of the buildings was even more severe. The huge bluestone slabs on the ground were directly turned into dust. Terrifying true yuan sputtered in all directions, covering a radius of tens of meters. It was simply terrifying. Damn, luckily we escaped quickly, or else we would have been implicated. What kind of scene is this? It's too shocking. Where did that young man come from? How can he be so powerful and know the dragon's roar? I heard that he's a survivor of the Golden Dragon clan. Oh my God, could it be that he's back for revenge? It's possible. Didn't the rumor say that the Black Dragon King assassinated the old Dragon Emperor, stole the throne of the Golden Dragon clan, and almost exterminated the Golden Dragon clan? I didn't expect that they were still alive, and now they're back for revenge. F***CK. It turns out that the villain is complaining first. That 9th Wangye is too shameless. Sure, lower your voice. Do you want to die? Let's wait and see. If the Black Dragon King is really about to die, it won't be too late for us to uphold justice. Let's take it easy now. Don't lose your life before upholding justice. Ling Zhao entered his human dragon form, which made many warriors guess his identity. Judging from their discussion, Ling Zhao's plan was a success. Next, as long as he could defeat the Black Dragon King, the situation would be completely reversed. Although this group of people was easily swayed, One could not expect them to die for the Golden Dragon clan that they did not know, right? That was not realistic. Only when you display great strength will you be able to make others submit to you. Pa, Pa, Peng. Of the 5 people fighting Ling Xiao, 2 were directly reduced to blood mist under the death roar and killed on the spot. Another was seriously injured and was struggling on the verge of death. Only the fat old man and the other man were only slightly injured. These 2 were quite cunning and had used the patrol guards as shields at the critical moment. Otherwise, they would have also been seriously injured. Ling Xiao, who had entered his human dragon form, was extremely powerful. Even if he faced a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, he did not fear him. Not to mention these 5 people were only 8th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators, not even worth mentioning. Everyone, don't panic. Fight and retreat. The Poison Dragon King will be here soon. As long as she arrives, she can easily crush this little bastard. The fat old man had already retreated far away, so his words were not very convincing. However, now that things had reached this point, the others had no other choice but to fight and retreat with him while waiting for the Poison Dragon King to arrive. They also believed in the strength of the Poison Dragon King. It was a master second only to the Black Dragon King, far more terrifying than the other 7 Dragon Kings. 2 have already died. You can't let them die alone on the road. Now, I'll have you all accompany them in death. Ling Xiao did not know what the Poison Dragon King was, nor did he care about it. After all, the Black Dragon King was only a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% of his strength, so the Poison Dragon King could not possibly be a half-step heavenly venerable. At most, it would be a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. There was a need to pay attention here. The 7th-layer Transcendent Realm was Brave God, early, mid, late, peak, and invincible. The 8th-layer Transcendent Realm was Divine Transformation, early, mid, late, peak, invincible, and peerless. The 9th-layer Transcendent Realm was Divine Transformation, early, mid, late, peak, invincible, peerless, and divine. Chapter 554. Ling Xiao was now an early Transcendent Realm 7th-layer cultivator, so he could easily defeat late Transcendent Realm 8th-layer cultivators and even peak Transcendent Realm cultivators. However, facing an 8th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator would be somewhat difficult, but he could still defeat them. However, facing an early Transcendent Realm 9th-layer cultivator, the difficulty would be even greater, definitely not as easy as before. One had to know that before reaching the Transcendent Realm 6th layer, Ling Xiao could basically challenge cultivators 2 great realms higher than him. Moreover, it was very easy for him. But now, things were not so easy. Of course, this was only his human form. In his human dragon form and ancient golden dragon form, he would become even stronger. In his human dragon form, his overall strength would increase by 50% to 100%, depending on his state and what kind of martial skill he used. Using human martial skills would increase his strength less, while using dragon race martial skills would increase his strength more. In his ancient golden dragon form, his speed would be reduced by 50%, but his other aspects would increase by more than 2 times. This increase in strength was much greater than before, mainly because the ancient golden dragon cells in his body had awakened and the heavenly dragon bloodline in his body had fused more and more. However, Yang Kai estimated that this was not his limit. When the scales of the primordial golden dragon completely lit up, Ling Xiao was absolutely certain that he would possess the terrifying power of the primordial golden dragon that could destroy the world. Even changing the world principles of the sealed world would be easy. That would be true strength in the truest sense. Of course, that was all for later. Right now, he needed to send the fat old man and the others to see the king of hell. First one. Ling Xiao's figure flickered, as his target was the guard captain of the patrol team. This guy actually tried to sneak attack him while the 5 old fogies were busy dealing with him. This kind of person was the most intolerable. Everyone block him. Don't let him come over. The guard captain was now panicking. The momentum he had just used to sneak attack Ling Xiao had completely disappeared, and he quickly turned around to flee. Ling Xiao coldly snorted as his figure flickered, seemingly disappearing in an instant and reappearing in the next, easily arriving behind the guard captain. No, you can't kill me. I am the guard captain of Dragon Palace City. If you dare kill me, you'll definitely die. Feeling the terrifying chill behind him, the guard captain desperately roared, trying to use the Black Dragon King's power to suppress Ling Xiao. Kacha! However, Ling Xiao didn't even frown. The chi sword slid past his opponent's throat, directly cutting off his head. Second one. Ling Xiao looked at the seriously injured expert of Dragon Palace. It doesn't feel good to be abandoned by your own people, does it? It doesn't feel good to endure pain, does it? I'll give you a quick death. No, don't kill me. You devil. Do you want to challenge the entire dragon race? You can't kill me. You can't. I curse you to die a horrible death. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. A chi sword shot out, and that person's body immediately exploded. Curse me to die a horrible death. Then I'll let you die without a complete corpse. Challenge the entire dragon clan? You're not worthy. Back then, when you followed the Black Dragon King and killed your own kind, did you ever think that today would come? Ling Xiao sneered, his voice loud. His words were meant for the audience to hear. Sure enough, he's here to avenge the Golden Dragon clan. It seems that the rumors are true. Nonsense, of course it's true. Otherwise, why would this person risk his life to break into Dragon Palace? There must be a blood feud. Next, the third one. What did you just say? You want me to bind my hands? You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Then I'll cut off your legs. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of this person. The chi sword in his hand trembled and directly cut off this person's legs like lightning. Ah, devil, the Black Dragon King won't let you go. He won't let you go. The Black Dragon King? He killed the old Dragon Emperor. Damn it. I'll find you in the underground soon. Don't worry. Puff, the Black Dragon Clan warrior, whose legs had been cut off, finally had his throat pierced by Ling Xiao's sword. His eyes gradually lost their light. Ling Xiao originally wanted to let this person kneel for a while longer, but he felt that there were experts in the distance who were speeding up. To avoid any trouble, it was better to solve this quickly. You're the only one left, 9th king. Ling Xiao licked his lips, showing a cold grin. Today's matter was all because of this 9th king, so this person must die. What an overbearing and ruthless young man, killing people like they're cutting grass, decisive, and not hesitant at all. If you had a blood feud with him, I'm afraid you would do the same. Not to mention, we're not children anymore. In this kind of battle, it's always either you die, or I live, there's nothing to say. That's true, but this young man is really strong. A late-stage, transcendent 8th layer cultivator couldn't even resist a single blow from him. So strong at such a young age. If he lives, his future will be limitless. Unfortunately, he won't be able to escape death. And even if the Black Dragon King doesn't take action, the Poison Dragon King can easily kill him. The Poison Dragon King is an invincible 9th layer transcendent realm master. None of the onlookers were optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances, but they still felt some sympathy for Ling Xiao. Invincible 9th layer. Ling Xiao couldn't help showing a sneer. So, this is the strength of the Poison Dragon King? It seems it's mediocre. If it had been a 9th layer transcendent or 9th layer soul conduit, it might have been a bit more difficult to deal with, but if it was just a 9th layer transcendent realm master, Yang Kai could still fight in his dragon form. If he really couldn't, he would simply transform into his ancient golden dragon form. In any case, everyone here was from the dragon race, so they wouldn't make a fuss. The fat old man fled in a panic. Seeing the masters on his side die, he no longer had the heart to fight. But how could Ling Xiao allow him to escape? From the moment you tried to assassinate me tonight, you were doomed to die. Ling Xiao sighed softly, his figure flickering as he arrived near the fat old man. Dragon scale transformation. When the fat old man saw that Ling Xiao had caught up to him, under the threat of death, he erupted with all the true essence in his body, unleashing his strength to the extreme. Once again, he transformed into a huge black dragon. Dozens of scales flew out from his body, and they grew bigger and bigger. They formed a tight protective layer around his body in a radius of 4 to 5 meters. Each scale was like a glowing enchantment. It looked very sturdy. However, if it was just that, he still couldn't be at ease. So he used his only defensive treasure. In that instant, behind the dragon scale barrier, another layer of golden light appeared, completely enveloping him. If he combined it with the powerful defensive power of his black dragon body, he believed that even if he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, he would at least be able to wait until the poisoned dragon king arrived. Crack! However, a sword easily shattered his beautiful dream. The dragon scale barrier quickly froze under Ling Xiao's ice dragon sword, and then shattered inch by inch, disintegrating with a loud bang. Pow! Immediately after, the ball of light couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's cold sword light, and also shattered in an instant.